begin. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the regular council meeting of November 25th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access to Information Act, Section 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Section 2, 4, and 5. So this morning we'll be looking for an adoption of the agenda, but before we get there, Jana did notify me of one small amendment that needs to be made to the agenda. Just basically a grammatical correction. It's on section 10.2. It should be a letter from the Friends of the Rocky Medical Society. Would be the amendment that's required, or that we would be looking for at this time. So if we could have a motion to amend the agenda. Mr. McCauley? I'll make that motion. Okay, Mr. McCauley makes the motion to amend the agenda. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. So I'll make the amendment. It'll be under section 10.2. It should read a letter from the Friends of the Rocky Medical Society. That is the amendment. So I've made that motion. I'll call the question for that amendment. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Now I'll be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I have just one note on the agenda.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have had it in front of me here. When we were discussing our motion to approve the review of the White Goat Lakes Alexo Saunders, I was under the impression that it was for review and not for a motion to repeal.
Okay, so is that in the minutes?
Yeah, it's in the minutes.
Okay, so we're going to deal with the agenda. We'll adopt it, and then we'll look for errors or omissions in the minutes.
I'm out of order. I got you.
Okay, so
I will move to adopt the agenda.
As amended. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Now moving on to the minutes. Councillor McCauley.
I was, sorry, just going through the minutes, just trying to find it on here. I was under the impression when we had discussed it, we weren't bringing it back up for direct repeal, but it was up for review. In the minutes, they reflect repeal.
Yeah, so they're going to bring, are you on page 3? Is that?
Page 3, yes.
6.3.1?
Yeah.
Okay. So that
I didn't watch the video. I'm just that's what was, I remember we had a discussion about it, and it was to bring back for review.
Administration will be bringing that, oh, sorry, Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. So just to confirm, this is the motion regarding the council's direction to bring back the the motion regarding the area structure
Correct.
plans for the nodes.
Yes.
I did check the video, and at timestamp 11.36.33, the wording in the motion, I'm confirming, is that it is to repeal,
Okay, thank you.
not to review.
Yes.
So in
Sorry.
Ms. Haight.
I did notice that in the minutes, the wording is appeal. The correct terminology is repeal.
Absolutely, I did notice that as another just a small grammatical error in the minutes as well. So, Councillor McKay, did you have a comment?
no, Tracy covered it. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, so in this motion for Mr. McCauley's, just for maybe a little bit of information, and administration will be bringing forward a report of draft bylaws, and council will have future consideration, and there will be a decision by council in the future at that time. But I have noted the error, or a small grammatical error. So in section 3.6.3.1, we'll amend the word appeal to repeal. if we could make that note. And I'd be looking if anybody else noticed any other errors or omissions in the minutes from the November 12th regular council meeting. Okay. If there's no other errors or omissions noted, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the minutes as amended. Mr. McCauley, you'll make that motion. Okay, Mr. McCauley makes the motion to adopt the minutes from the regular council meeting of November 12th as amended. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. So moving on in our agenda here to 4.1, we have a public hearing for bylaw 25-060 for application number 33/25 to amend the land use bylaw and review the draft Lublinkhof outline plan. Good morning. So, we'll call this meeting to order at 9:08. And I'll explain the process. During the public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us, as this process may take longer than our past process as we work through the technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposition to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing online on the council YouTube channel, it is best you mute the YouTube and listen via the online meeting, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided, and we'll add you back into the meeting. So for process, I will outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or a member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. So firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present in person and whomever in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we'll go to online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. So, following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for in-person participants, and then to online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we'll take a moment to do introductions. And I'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Councillor for Ward 1.
Hazen Letwin, Ward 2.
Drew McKay, Councillor, Ward 3.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, excuse me, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Morning, Ben Dorr, Planner with Invista Consulting.
Morning, Chris Lublinkhof, applicant.
Good morning, welcome to council chambers. And to start this off, Mr. Clark, planner, will outline the background for this application. So I'll hand the floor over to Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. Before you is bylaw 25/060 to redesignate 5 acres of the north half of Northwest 2639-7 from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Applicant Investec Consulting has made application on behalf of the landowner, Christopher Lublinkhof, to redesignate the proposed parcel. The landowner currently holds the title to the north half of Northwest 2639-7 west of the 5th, containing 78 acres located 1.84 kilometers northeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Due to the proximity to the town of Rocky Mountain House, the subject property falls within the long-term boundary identified within the Rocky Clearwater IDP. A link to the IDP was attached to the agenda. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment and successful adoption of the draft outline plan, the landowner intends to proceed with an application for subdivision to create a title to the proposed 5-acre parcel. The proposed parcel is undeveloped and located in the eastern portion of the north half of Northwest 2639-7. Proposed parcel is described as generally flat. The northern portion is predominantly treed with matured vegetation, while the southern portion consists mainly of cleared pasture. Access to the proposed area parcel can be obtained from existing approach off of Range Road 7-1A, adjacent to the east property boundary. The balance of the subject parcel is described as mainly heavily treed areas in the northern and western portions, and cleared pasture land in the southeastern portion. A developed residential site is located in the northeastern corner of the subject area. Access to the remainder of the subject land can also be obtained from existing access off of Range Road 7-1A, adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to accommodate the subdivision and development of an additional residential parcel as per Clearwater County policy. The applicant has provided a draft outline plan for council to review, which has been attached. The attached package provides more details on the proposed development. Has council has a chance to review the policies associated with this document? I'm just going to go over some of the policies that council may need to consider. MVP goal 10.1.1 subdivision of land provides opportunity for a variety of parcel sizes to accommodate agricultural, residential, commercial, industrial, and other land uses in a fair, consistent manner. Section 10.2.7, multi-residential subdivision, discusses the number of parcels that may be created in a multi-residential or a multi-non-residential subdivision, and shall be determined by council through an approved area structure plan or outline plan. Land use redesignation and subdivision must be in accordance with the relevant statutory documents, including the requirements of the land use bylaw. Section 10.2.10, the location of the parcel. The preferred location of a new residential parcel shall be A, any portion of the quarter section that is separate from the balance of the quarter section by fragmented feature. B, a portion of the land with the lowest agricultural capability within a quarter section. C, the location of the quarter section that has the least amount of cultivated land or land cleared for pasture. And D, the location abutting an existing residential parcel or existing residence. Council also needs to consider parts of the MVP for section 5.5, major open trails and open space, parks, and trails for the goal, to create an integrated system of green spaces to preserve natural features for an intrinsic and functional value of the provided open space and trails. Section 5.2, residential use goal, to provide opportunity for residential development within a planned area which are responsive for the variety of market preferences and household needs and are directed to suitable locations. And section 5.2.5, residential land use, subdivision development of a residential parcel in the residential area or rural policy area, as shown in map 1 of the IDP, shall be preceded by the preparation and adoption of an area structure plan or outline plan as required under the respective municipality's MDP. So going into our planning considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for a 5-acre undeveloped residential parcel in the northeast portion of the north half of Northwest 263907. The proposed parcel complies with the CRA requirements outlined in the land use bylaw for an undeveloped parcel. Legal and physical access exists to the proposed parcel and the balance of the subject lands from a county maintained road, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.5, which requires all new parcels to have access to a provincial highway or a county maintained road. Consideration should be given to the location of the proposed parcel as per MDP policy 10.2.10C. Proposed location of the parcel should have the least amount of impact on existing farming activities, and the proposed location should be in the lowest quality land in the quarter section. And the majority of this land is uniform with the land suitability rating, although the western half of the property contains lower quality land. However, the western portion of the subject area lacks road access required to support a subdivision and appears to be undevelopable. As this area is low-lying land, this area is also identified in the IDP as part of the major open space and undevelopable area, which aligns with IDP policy 5.5 objective by protecting environmentally significant areas. The applicant has also provided an outline plan to support a land use amendment application, which is required by MDP policy 10.2.7 and IDP policy 5.2.5. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the fourth title out of the quarter section, which will align with MDP policy 10.2.7 and 10.2.10C and IDP policy 5.2.5. At regular council meeting held on October 14th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/060 as required by legislation. Public notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers. Comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considerations of the representation made at public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25/060. Also, in regards to process, after a public hearing, council may need to consider adopting the outline plan. If the plan is adopted, then council should consider second and third reading to this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. At this time, I'll ask council if any council members have any questions of the development officer at this time. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, when you're subdividing a quarter that already has been subdivided, I am under the impression that the other 82 acres, whoever the owner is, has to have approval. from the larger acreage or the larger subdivision of that quarter. Is that true or is that not true?
No, in the current land use bylaw, that is not, that's not an option. It was previously considered to be placed in the updated land use bylaw, but that was not an option. That was presented.
Because I recall that there was a quarter of land that was divided east of the James River store, and they had to get approval from the owner who owned the bigger chunk of that quarter of land. He had 81 acres. He had to approve the subdivision in the 79-acre parcel.
Fully familiar with that particular application, but could.
And that was done about 2 years ago, year and a half.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, I think maybe you're speaking about 10.2.2 being like the non-largest agricultural parcel in a quarter may be entitled to a land use bylaw amendment and subsequent subdivision and application with the non-largest agricultural parcel shall be evaluated by council at the time of land use bylaw amendment, but it doesn't say that the landowner requires permission. And in this case, right now, that half of the quarter would be the largest piece anyway, so it would be irrelevant.
Well, this is only 78 acres. The other one would be 82.
But there's a parcel out of it already, so it would be smaller.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Cermak?
Sure.
Okay. Councillor McKay?
Yes, I'm just looking at the topo here, and it's showing that all other parcels on this property have 2 residences. Is that, well, it's actually up there right now. Is that correct? Because as this bylaw reads, there's only 1 residence on the existing 73 acres. But this shows 2.
Being that the 2 larger parcels are agricultural parcels, they are allowed up to 2 residents under the previous land use bylaw. And the smaller of the 2 on the southern portions, I cannot address that at this current moment. That one could have been due to bona fide need, where they would have gotten approval from the county to have that second residence at the time. So that would be something I could definitely look into for you.
Right, and I understand that there's extenuating circumstances
Yes.
for all of these, but in the application, it clearly states there's only 1 residence on the 73 acres. Is my main concern.
Well, we consider that 1 residential area. So the landowner can definitely speak to 2 if there is multiple residences on the
Sure.
on that portion.
On my portion, there used to be an old trailer when my grandma lived there that she cared for her great uncle, but I've removed it.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you for the discussion. Councillor Powell has a comment or question.
I just have a question for administration, where it says this area lacks the road access required to support subdivision under planning consideration notes. What does that mean?
I was definitely speaking to the western portion of that, the north half. So the western portion, due to its low lying area and not adjacent to a road right of way, it lacks access to
Okay.
to a road.
And Reeve, can I just follow up on that?
Yes, please,
I
absolutely.
just have one question. Range Road 7 -1A, it has quite a few approaches coming onto it. How many on a quarter section of land can you have coming out onto a range road like that? I don't know, so I was just curious.
There are allowed multiple accesses, and that would also Public Works would identify if an access can be placed or not. The proposed parcel does have an existing access.
Okay.
Hence why the location of the parcel. it will be using the existing access that is already there.
So just for further information, is there ever a cap on a quarter section with how many accesses can go on? I just was curious.
That would be on the Public Works, and they do have specific requirements on how many accesses can be taken on a quarter section.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor McKay. Oh, Ms. Gillen, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I just might be able to come, I believe it's 4 per half mile that they're allowed to have. I'm not exactly sure how that works for sure with parcels. They may require them to put a joint approach in. Rick might be able to confirm that. 5? Okay, sorry, 5. My apologies. 5 per half mile.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the information. And Councillor McKay, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify with regards to the approaches, unless I'm missing something here, this parcel does not actually have access according to the topo that we're looking at right now.
There is actually an approach, and one of the comments we received from Public Works addresses approach, the existing approach. You'd have to zoom in. It's right, I believe it's right where the line of trees are, where those trees are, in the middle of the quarter section, in the middle of the proposed parcel. I believe the access is right in that location.
Okay. Which would bring us to 6 then?
No, that's probably 1, 2, 3, 4.
4, 5, 6 on that half mile. Oh, that's just.
I believe that's 5.
It's pretty clear there's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The one on the other side of the road?
No,
No.
there's clearly 6. There's one in the top northeast corner.
Yeah.
And then there's one just down, and then there's one in the middle of this new acreage, and then there's 3 in the other 80 acres.
Sorry, I do see the one on the north side now. It's possible that they'll require him to remove one of the approaches to his piece in the north side to, given that when they sometimes look at the quarter section and the number of approaches, sometimes they do require them to remove other approaches to meet that. And if he's got 2 to like his place there, they may require him to remove one of those and upgrade the one into the proposed parcel if it was to proceed as part of the subdivision.
So that could be considered maybe a possible condition of the approval?
It would be a condition of
It would be, yes.
subdivision,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
Does Councillor Powell?
Oh, no.
Do you have a question, comment? No? Okay. If there's no further comments at this point in time from council, I'll invite the development officer to present any comments related from referral agencies.
From Alberta Health, they have no objections with approval of this application. They included their standard comments in regards to setbacks from any proposed septic system. Blue Mountain Power Co-op, they have no objection to the proposal. Clearwater County Assessments, indicated that should the application be successful, please advise the applicant that the property assessment and the resulting property taxes to the subject area will be changed. Public Works Operations has reviewed the application to amend the land use bylaw request. Public Works indicates that there is an existing approach and needs to be upgraded to meet county standards. Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the application and has no objection to the request. Road widening would be required as part of the subdivision. Clearwater County Fire and Emergency Services has no comments or concerns regarding the proposed land use amendment. Fortis Alberta has no concerns regarding the proposed land use amendments. Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on October 15th, 2025. Municipal Planning Commission recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 33/25. MPC provided the following reasons for the decision. It's in close proximity to Rocky Mountain House, and the proposal meets policy and land use requirements. Rocky Gas Co-op has no concerns or objections to the proposed land use amendment. TELUS has no concerns or objections to the proposed activities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite the applicant at this time to speak to the proposal, to add any comments in support of the request, and to respond to any agency comments. Do you have any comments at this time? Yes.
Good morning, councilors. My name is Ben Dorr, planner with Invista Consulting, and I'll be speaking to Bylaw 25-060, Lublinkhof Outline Plan and Land Use Redesignation on behalf of the landowner, Chris. Next slide, please. The subject lands are approximately 78 acres in size and are located northeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House on the west side of Range Road 7-1A and are currently zoned agricultural district under the land use bylaw. Next slide, please. Existing conditions of the lands include a mixture of open pasture and tree cover. The property currently consists of an existing dwelling and accessory buildings. Next slide, please. Investec was retained by the landowner and initiated the project by attending a pre-application meeting with county administration in June of 2025. During the pre-application meeting, it was noted that an outline plan would be required to facilitate the land use redesignation for the future subdivision of a 5-acre lot. Investec began background research and completed the proposed outline plan and land use redesignation application. The application was then submitted to the county in September of 2025, and first reading passed by county councilors on October 14th. Should council agree to pass second and third reading, approving the application, the landowner will then apply for subdivision of the 5-acre parcel and applicable development and building permits for the proposed dwelling. Next slide, please. Bylaw number 25-060 proposes a redesignation of 5 acres from agricultural district to country residential agricultural district to facilitate the future subdivision of 1 lot. The new lot is intended for the construction of a new single-family dwelling to accommodate family members of Mr. Lublinkhof. Next slide, please. This application conforms with the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan, the IDP. Under policies in the IDP, subdivision in residential areas should be guided by an area structure plan or an outline plan. An outline plan has been prepared to ensure the application follows orderly and compatible growth that minimizes conflicts with adjacent uses and aligns with the town and county's long-term development goals. The subject lands fall within the IDP's long-term town boundary and are designated as residential in the IDP land use concept. The creation of a new residential parcel aligns with policy by directing growth to an identified residential area, supporting efficient servicing and maintaining consistency with the orderly development goals of the IDP plan. Under policies of the MDP, applications for subdivisions beyond 4 parcels in a quarter section is considered a multi-lot subdivision and requires an outline plan. This application would result in a total of 4 lots in the quarter section. As such, an outline plan has been prepared for council's consideration. The outline plan addresses additional policies in the MDP as they pertain to site suitability, impacts on environmental features, roadways, and the adjacent area. This application aligns with the MDP's Community Social Growth Principle by providing a broader range of housing options that accommodate different household sizes, life stages, and supports aging in place. The proposed parcel size of 5 acres is also in alignment with the parcel size requirements of the Country Residential Agricultural Land Use District in the Land Use Bylaw. Next slide, please. The proposed redesignation and subdivision of a 5-acre parcel is intended to support the development of an additional single-family dwelling. The site is located on the eastern border of the property and will include an existing access from Range Road 7-1A, along with a natural clearing for the building site. The proposed parcel will be serviced by a new water well and a new septic field. The proposed 5-acre lot will use the third most southern access to serve as a new detached dwelling. Next slide, please. In alignment with policies of the MDP, the outline plan addresses effects of the proposed development on transportation, environmental, and the adjacent area. Since the development is one additional detached dwelling, there are no anticipated transportation impacts. The proposed new lot is located near the eastern property boundary to avoid causing any impact to the natural areas in the western portion of the site. Next slide, please. To evaluate impact on the adjacent area, Invistec sent out letters to 32 adjacent landowners within Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House, as identified in the map on the screen. The letter outlined the proposed development and provided landowners with contact information should they have any comments on the proposal. To this date, no comments have been received. Given the minor nature of the proposal and the lack of feedback from adjacent landowners, it has been concluded that this proposal has no significant impact on the surrounding area. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposed redesignation and outline plan provide guidance on future development of the 5-acre parcel in alignment with the MDP, IDP, and Land Use Bylaw. The intent of the proposal is to provide the Lublinkhof family with an additional single detached dwelling. The parcel will use existing access from Range Road 7-1A. No impacts to traffic, environment, or the adjacent area are anticipated. The final parcel size will meet the sizing requirements of the CRA district of the Land Use Bylaw. As such, we respectfully request Council to approve the proposed land use redesignation and Lublinkhof outline plan. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. I just want to back up to Mr. Clark. Was there any other referral agencies or any other comments that might have got a little bit ahead of you there? Did you have any other referral agencies that had comments?
Yes, it was on another page.
Okay,
missed
sorry.
from my list.
Yeah.
Yes, I do have a comment from Town of Rocky Mountain House. They, at this time, Town of Rocky Mountain House sees no conflicts with the proposed amendments. After reviewing the information provided, there are no concerns or objections with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. And if the applicant would like to respond or speak to that last agency comment, no, okay. Thank you. So at this time, we'll invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person and wishing to speak in favor of the application. So we'll invite any comments from any member of the public who is in attendance virtually wishing to speak in favor of this application. We have nobody, so we have nobody online, and we have no residents in the gallery. Oh, is there one online?
Thank you, Reeve. We do have a participant online, but they haven't raised their hand or turned on their microphone to speak.
Okay. Thank you. So before moving on, I will check with the development officer in regards to any written submissions in favor of the request. Mr. Clark.
No written submissions were received in favor of the request.
Okay. So no written submissions were received. We'll now invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Are there any public members in attendance wishing to speak in opposition? I see none. We'll move on and we'll invite comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in opposition to the application. There's no one online, Jana.
Thank you, Reeve. They have not turned on their microphone to speak.
Okay. So at this time, we see no public members, either in person or virtually, wishing to speak in opposition. We'll move back over to the development officer regarding any submissions opposing the request. Mr. Clark.
No submissions were received in opposition to the request.
Okay. At this time, I'll invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
We're basically doing this to allow our in-laws to move closer to us so that they are getting close to retirement and want to live closer to their grandkids and be closer to town. So I thought this would be a good option for us.
Thank you for the comments, and if there's no further comments, we'll close the public hearing at 9:43, I think it is. 9:42. We'll close the public hearing at 9:42. Moving on in our agenda, we do have another, before moving on to second and third reading considerations. I do see that we have a public hearing. We're a little bit behind. Would it be appropriate to take maybe a 5-minute break for our next delegation to present? We'll take a short 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:50. Good morning and welcome back to our regular council meeting. After our short break, we'll move on to item 4.2 on our agenda. We're a little bit behind, but we do have a public hearing here for bylaw 25035 for the application of number 1725 to amend the land use bylaw. So at this time, we'll call the public hearing to order at 9:50. And I'll explain the process. During the public hearing, members of the public may participate in both in-person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as this process will take longer than our past process as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you whether it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposition to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is best you mute the YouTube and listen via the online meeting, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided, and we'll add you back into the meeting. So, the process. Firstly, I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If the presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the public audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. So firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out, and then anyone who is present in person or whomever is in favor of the applicant will be asked to submit his or her presentation. So after that, we'll go to online, ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. First, for in-person participants and then online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So, and before I turn the floor over to staff for the background report, we will take a quick moment to do a round of introductions, and we will start with Ward 1, Councillor Powell.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Hazen Letwin, Councillor, Ward 2.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Councillor Ward 3 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, welcome to Council Chambers. My name is Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor in Reeve.
Tyler McCauley, Councillor Ward 5.
Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Lauren Humphrey, Ward 7 councillor.
Kim Gillen, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Oh, I need to speak, sorry. I'm Laurent Roussel. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And at this time, I'll hand the floor over to Ms. Gillum, and she will outline the background information of the application.
Good morning, thank you. I'm sorry if I butcher your name. I apologize in advance. Laurent Roussel currently holds title to the Northwest 841 of 4, containing 152.81 acres, designated the Agriculture District. The subject land is located approximately 16 kilometers northeast of the hamlet of Leslieville. The landowner is applying to redesignate 4.5 acres from the Agriculture District to the Country Residential Agriculture District. Subject to a successful land use amendment, the applicant intends to subdivide the 4.5 acre parcel to create a third title or second parcel from the quarter section. The proposed parcel is located in the northeast portion of the quarter section, abutting the undeveloped road allowance for Township Road 41-2, adjacent to the north property boundary. Access can be obtained from the existing approach into the quarter section until the parcel is subdivided, at which time separate access will need to be secured. The proposed shape of the parcel is unconventional, but follows an existing cut line that provides access to the remainder of the quarter section. It is undeveloped, flat, and heavily treed with a small clearing in the central portion. There is a developed residential site in the balance of the northeast portion that will remain with the quarter section. A developed 7.19 acre CRA parcel was subdivided with the northeast portion of the quarter as the first residential parcel in 2009. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agriculture with interspersed residential. There are 3 oil wells and 4 natural gas pipelines on the quarter section. The pipeline within the proposed parcel contains H2S at 4 moles per kilomole, which is under the threshold of the 10 moles per kilomole that would trigger a referral to AER. However, in due process, a referral was sent to the companies that hold title to the wells and pipelines on the quarter section. The proponent will be responsible for ensuring future development meets the setbacks requirements for AER. The attached package provides more detail. And then we've included a number of policies for reference from the municipal development plan. So MDP policy 5.2.3, each subdivision or development application shall be assessed and decided upon on a case-by-case basis. In evaluating subdivision and development of proposals that affect agricultural land, the agricultural quality of land is one of the number of factors, and additional items may be the nature and extent of farming activities in the area, the nature and extent of non-farming activities in the area, farmland assessment rating, proposed use of land, the reasonable availability of alternative locations, etc. When considering a proposed residential subdivision, Clearwater County will require the proposed subdivision demonstrate the site has attributes suitable for residential development, is appropriately located and designed such that it is effectively embraces and conserves where appropriate the visual and environmental qualities of the area, mitigating strategies to minimize impacts on natural resources, and it can be reasonably serviced. Clearwater County shall require that each parcel be approved for a residential development, has legal access and year-round physical access, has a minimum of 1 acre of developable area. Where a private septic system and private water system are proposed, there is sufficient area for these systems, has a water table depth of 2 meters, and is serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. 10.2.1 indicates that the maximum number of titles that are allowed to be created in a quarter section shall be 2. But 10.2.2 says notwithstanding the previous policy, Clearwater County may approve 1 additional subdivision in a quarter section for residential development for the proposed parcel being redesignated to the designation applicable to the land use under the land use bylaw. And the land use redesignation must be approved prior to the subdivision. When evaluating the land use redesignation, which may provide additional subdivision options, Clearwater County shall take into consideration the impact on roadways, access and potential for traffic, potential impacts on adjacent lands, and the applicable residential policies in the MDP. As for parcel size, for an undeveloped parcel, it would be up to 5 acres. 10.2.6, the subdivision authority may accept panhandle-shaped residential parcels. This wouldn't be applicable for this policy or parcel. The preferred location of new residential parcels shall be any portion of the quarter section that is separated from the balance of the quarter by a fragmenting feature, the portion of the land that has the lowest agricultural capability, locations in the quarter section that use the least amount of cultivated land, and locations abutting existing residential pieces. Okay, sorry, bear with me. We include some policies regarding water and wastewater as well, and other subdivision and development policies. Clearwater County shall consider where applicable the following when evaluating an application to redesignate: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital, scale and density, site suitability, road requirements, utility requirements, fire smart, bear smart, etc. And then we also include the municipal reserve policies, as those would be collected at the time of subdivision. The land use bylaw for CRA, the purpose and intent of the district is to provide for acreages and or community service rural residential lot development. And then it speaks to parcel size being 5 acres for an undeveloped site. Policy considerations, the proposed redesignation for the creation of a 4.5 acre residential parcel aligns with MDP policy 10.2.4 and land use bylaw section 11.3B, as it is an undeveloped parcel less than 5 acres. Legal and physical access exists to the quarter section and can be obtained to the proposed parcel as per MDP policy 10.2.5 and can be done at the subdivision stage. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposed parcel and its location would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area per MDP policy 5.2.4 and 10.2.9. As per MDP policy 6.2.2, the proposed residential parcel can be reasonably served by community and physical infrastructure. And should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and aligns with MDP policy 10.2.2. And I'll just pass the floor over to the applicant to give his reasonings for the application.
Yes, what we are planning to do with this land is my niece, we have subdivided those 7 acres to my mom in the past. She's 86 now, she sold the place. But so what we wanted to do at first is to put a little chalet, because they come live in Canada, they have their visa and all that. And they want to live the Canadian dream, I guess. They want to put a little chalet and a little garden, you know, that new generation. And anyway, so we planned to do just that on the land, because I could on my land. But I have some health issues. I was in the emergencies last evening, I just get out. And so because of that, we would like to separate, you know, we talk about, because I know it's in over 6 months now that I'm sick, and we would like to make a legal, like if I'm not here, everything is, they will probably inherit that land anyway, but that's why we want to subdivide. But the project is to put a little chalet, drill a well, make the septic as we did for the 2 other houses that we built on that quarter. We know how to do that because it's quite low land. And yeah, that's the project for my niece to live in a chalet there with her boyfriend.
And that's it for our presentation, so if you have any questions.
At this point in time, Ms. Gillum, just for the future, just I did, before the applicant was to provide comments, I actually wanted to give council the opportunity to ask questions to the development officer.
No worries.
Just for future. At this point in time, I'll ask council if they have any questions or comments of the development officer. Councillor McKay.
Yes, thank you. Just with regards to the suitability of the land for residential use, it appears to be quite low land and heavily treed. Is there, how to word that properly? I guess, is it even suitable for residential use is the question.
In that corner, it's a higher part of the property, based on the contour maps that were, sorry, I don't know. Yeah, that one, it just kind of shows that there's a higher portion of the property and it does go based on the contour maps. At the time of subdivision, or even if council requested, we could ask if to determine where the water table is, if council wished to have some more information, just to ensure that the land is high enough there. But I believe it's similar height to the existing residents in that area. And I don't know if the applicants had any issues with flooding there, but that may be an indication of the developability.
Okay, if there are more questions for the applicant, we will have another opportunity in just a few minutes to ask the applicant any additional questions. But at this time, I'd like to invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies. Please.
Yes. Just get to that part here. So Alberta Health Services, they sent their standard comments regarding just ensuring that there's appropriate distance from water wells and septic fields, and that they have no concerns with the application. Alta Link had no comments were received. Blue Mountain Power, the Blue Mountain Power Co-op is incorporated as Rocky RA, has no objection to the land use amendment. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure, a road widening caveat will be required at the time of subdivision, as well as a condition of subdivision will be to construct a portion of the road. Clearwater County Public Works Operations, existing joint approach meets county standards. So to access to the quarter at the time, but as infrastructure stated, the road would have to be extended. Clearwater County Planning and Emergency Services, the SEOs have no concerns or feedback regarding the land use amendment. We did send referrals to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas and did not hear back from them. And no comments were received from any of the energy companies on title. The Municipal Planning Commission tabled their recommendation until they could tour the property at their meeting yesterday. They were under the impression that the public hearing may be postponed today. So if council did want to wait for MPC's recommendation, they could table second reading for this item until they receive those comments from MPC, should they wish. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gillen. And at this time, it may be appropriate, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to the proposal, to add any comments in support of your request, and to respond to the agency comments.
You are actually right about the lowland issue.
Yep.
When I bought this land back in '99, I came from France. We don't have muskegs in France, and we don't know. So I bought that land in the winter, and of course, when we came at spring, we were like, oh shoot, it was wet, that land. But it's only because beavers build dams, you know. So I broke those dams, there is no problem. I live here since over 25 years now, quarter a century. In the wettest year that we had on those quarter century, even that culvert we put in the ditch, we never had a flood. It's right that the water comes, you're like, oh, but it never goes over that, even over very wet, you know what I mean? And I learned in a documentary that the Chateau de Versailles in France is actually built in a muskeg, you know, and I'm like, oh, if they can put a castle, I should be able to put a chalet, right? So anyway, what I did, and I do trenches and flow the water back, and it's now dry, the land is dry, you know. But I don't want to destroy the muskeg, so just where I put my house and all that. And so if you make trench to drain, let's say if you want to put a house here, in the past they were using tamaracks, today we have those piles, right? But my mobile was here. Back then I knew nothing in '99. And we just put the house on the wood pads, and I never had any problem, you know, like it's not even on piles. And so I know it's possible. I'm a truck driver, I drive a B-train, right? And on my property, if you look at the road we made, that loop, I drive with my B-train like a heavy truck. B-train, I drive around and I get out the quarter, no problem. It's always a bit, you know, at spring, but you make two trench, you put sand, and it's dry, you know, no problem. I drove my Mazda CX-9 because I also have a truck on that trail, no problem. In the summer, I'm talking. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the comments and and the input. At this time, I'd like to invite comments from any member of the public who's in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in favor of the application. So we're looking for any members of the public that are in attendance in person at the meeting wishing to speak in favor of the application. And I'm not seeing any members of the public in person. So at this time, we'd like to invite comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of the application.
There are no virtual participants registered.
Okay, thank you. And before moving on, we'll check with the Development Officer regarding any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions were received.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gillen. No written submissions were received. We'll move on. We invite any comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Are there any members of the public in attendance in person wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Good morning. Just one second and we'll get the microphone turned on.
Greetings and salutations. This is Alan Koenig. I'm a landowner. I live on the southwest of 17. I share a half-mile of fence with the proposed quarter section subdivision parcel, and there's a few things that I have to bring into the conversation, and they've already been touched on, but I think we need to spend more time and more emphasis needs to be discovered. The proximity to the waterway of this land. Now, the map picture that I had received in a publication shows, it looks like somebody drew a waterway across there in the south portion of that quarter section. And I've got a satellite map that I just looked at as fresh as 15 minutes ago from Google Earth, and it shows clearly that the waterway comes maybe on the north part. There's some sand hills in the middle that you can see they're heavily treed on the west side of the quarter. It actually shows it comes right through there. And so everything, to segue everything together, on the list of people who, or institutions that were not notified, some of them were not watershed people, perhaps maybe Alberta Environment, or maybe even the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. You might think it'd be ridiculous that there would be fish there, but I know for sure on the south end of that quarter there's a hanging culvert, and I've seen lots of fish trying to get up through there. And upstream of that property, of course, the creek narrows down, and there's definitely fish in that creek. Now, I think it's our obligation to make sure that we protect these areas. The things that we've talked about today about how dry, I heard something about the water table. I'm directly involved with agriculture and these sort of things, and they say, well, yeah, every farm needs a good one. And I can assure you right now the water table is as low as I've ever seen there. I've been there since '98, a year before Laurent moved in his property, and we are definitely in a dry spell. But I will assure you the rains are gonna come again one day, and this property, I think you'd be a mental midget to wanna put a house over there because it is going to get wet again. And yeah, it's true, what Laurent brought up about, perhaps you could build on there, but you'd have to put pilings way down through that kind of earth to make it stable. And where Laurent put his mobile home, that's another one of these sand hills. I've got them on my property, but when it gets flat here, you are definitely on the watershed for sure. Let's see. And I guess my other big concern would be that as having a quarter section of my own, and we were always interested in agriculture, when you start getting more and more acreages and people, I would be afraid for the future of me or whoever the next owner would be, that they would start to have impact on the ability to conduct, farming operations. Maybe, I don't know how intensive I or myself, somebody in the future may want to get, but perhaps because of the way the prevailing winds go, you're going to be downwind of that or whatever, and that might impact of those events in the future. The other thing that I would make mention of is there was something lackluster in the notification process of this. Laurent was actually the one that sent me a text that this hearing was. I don't think we ever did receive anything by mail or any other source that it was going to actually happen today. So if it wouldn't have been for him, I wouldn't even know about it. Our neighbors, Ron and Leah Schultz, they would have probably attended today, but they didn't receive a notification, they told us. So I think at this time that, pretty much covers it, but like I say, we spent quite a bit of time on the waterway thing. My only other thing would be was what I see in the map. It's like the proximity to the gas and pipelines. It's like, I don't know why anybody, would want to live that close to one. And I thought I guess I don't know enough about it, the setbacks from that, but I'm sure that would be addressed, and those interest holders were notified, it looked like, on the list.
Excuse me, just for one second, Alan. I'm not a very good timekeeper, but just if we, thank you very much for your comments and coming to the public hearing.
Pretty much clears it up.
I could give you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay.
I guess one request from staff, would we be able to just verify if adjacent landowners did receive notifications?
Yeah, I was just gonna try to double check I don't have the file with me, to see, who the list of, adjacent landowners were, but our standard practice is to refer to the surrounding quarter sections. So as long as the land titles are up to date, the adjacent landowners would have received the letter. And I believe the landowner there had the letter, it indicates the public hearing date on it, for today's date. So, if they're a surrounding landowner, like within that half mile, they should have received a letter.
Would we be able to have that information verified for consideration of second and third reading?
Of course, yeah.
So at this time, we'll move forward and we will invite any comments from any members of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Oh, sorry.
I just want to clarify what the development officer said. Our last notification was June 4th. Sorry. Just for clarification for the development officer, our last notification was June 4th. It is November 25th.
Yeah,
the neighbors up the road, the adjacent landowners have not received any notification either.
I might just back up just a little bit into the public members that are wishing to speak in opposition of the application that are in person at the public hearing. Are you wishing to speak in opposition?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. My name is Pam Koenig. I am the adjacent landowner.
Okay.
So just for clarification, we've received no notification.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'll ask, before moving on to virtual attendance, I'll ask if there are any other members in attendance in person at the meeting wishing to speak in opposition of the application. I see none in the gallery, so now we'll move forward again to if there are any members of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Reeve. There are no virtual members registered.
Thank you very much. Before moving on, we'll check with the development officer regarding any written submissions opposing the request.
We did receive a written submission from Pamela Coyne, who I think was just at the microphone there. Just concerned about referrals to Alberta Environment and possibly Medicine River Watershed Society regarding that water body.
Okay. And at this time, I'll invite the applicant to present any final remarks, please.
Yes, they are right, because I told to Teresa Smith, I said, so did you get that letter about the hearing? She says, no, I didn't receive anything. So I took on me, and I know I should not, blah, 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 but I did. I texted Alan to tell him, Alan, the hearings are on 25. If you have any concern, you can come to my place and make you a tour of the project. Never got an answer, and it's okay. Teresa and Phil came, and I showed them what the project is, to put a little chalet here for my niece. I did the same thing with both and Susan Gallant, the other neighbor. Alan never showed up, and it's okay. But I mean, I invited all my neighbors because they told me they didn't get a letter, and I'm like, that's weird, I thought you were supposed to. So I told all the neighbors about it. There is one thing I can reassure you. I live on that quarter since 25 years. There is frogs on my land, there is no fish. I've seen once a minnow that big, and it's like they're born at the spring, probably from duck poop, I don't know, but there is no fish in that creek. What it is, the previous owner, the guy who hung himself in his garage, the German guy, before Alan bought the place, took an excavator and dig 2 trenches like this, you see. On Alan's quarter, the previous owner that I know, by Phil and Teresa, who were the first year, he took an excavator and he dig trenches to dry that land because it was very wet because of the beavers. Sadly, he was trying to flow that water north because the 2 trench was blocked at the south. When I bought the place, and I'm like, what do I do with that now? And I look, and I based on the beaver, I follow the beaver, I'm like, the water is flowing south. You can barely say, but the water is flowing south. So yes, I went to the end of those trenches, break the beaver dam, the quarter emptied. It's still a wetland, but it's livable, you know. So if you make piles for a chalet, there is absolutely no problem. But of course, I will put sand to be like dry, not spongy. But the wettest year we had in 25 years, that, you know, the water will be close. It's true, like when I drive with my B-train, I'm right above the water, but you don't sink. That I can reassure you for that. I know very well muskegs now, I learned for a quarter century, you know. So you make a trench, you put sand, piles, you're good. And the septic, I also know we did for the 2 houses, you need to put sand, we do it like you guys asked us to do.
Thank you very much for your remarks. At this time, we're going to close the public hearing at 10:21, and there will be no motions entertained at this time. So we've closed the public hearing. As we, maybe just a question for administration, but as we do have delegations, and we are slightly behind in our schedule here, would it be appropriate to move into item 6.1 into the 10 a.m. delegation, which is now 10:20, into the delegation of the Clearwater Library Board 2026 budget request? And maybe we'll just take a short 5-minute break. I know that we're a little bit behind, but to get everybody situated in council chambers here, we'll take a 5-minute break. Welcome back from our short break, and we'll move on to our agenda here on item 6.1, which was the 10 a.m. delegation from Clearwater Library Board for the 2026 budget request. It's on page 109 of the agenda, and I'll at this time hand the floor over to administration.
All right, good morning. As mentioned, the representatives of the Clearwater County Library Board are here to present their 2026 budget request and share with council services provided by the Clearwater County Library Board. And the board was established by bylaw 25-039. I will pass it over to the Clearwater Library Board.
Maybe
and thank you for being here today.
Sorry, I'll just intervene just quickly. Before we do a presentation there, maybe we'll just do a quick round of introductions. And we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor, Ms. Powell.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Morning, Hazen Latman, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor and Reeve.
Tyler McCauley, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, ladies. Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Hello, Sydney Graham, the Community Services Supervisor.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Bettina Van Newkirk, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Welcome to Council Chambers.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I'm Jessica McBride, one of the chair for the the Clearwater County Library Board. We're here today to present our 2026 operating budget. First, we'd like to address the provincial operating grant that we received from Municipal Affairs. The provincial operating grant in previous years was divided between Rocky and Caroline and Nordegg. And then I'll let Carrie step in. She knows a little bit more about this.
The grant is for $78,770. Rocky received $46,161. Caroline, $19,404. And Nordegg, $1,338. From that, that was a huge part of our 26 budget. And as a new board, I've rewritten so many things. But as the new board, we don't even know yet what the needs of Nordegg will be. We haven't even met in person yet. There's young families in Nordegg. Okay, I'll pass it over to Jessica again.
Okay. The new library board, we discussed to keep the old library board had discussed to keep the 78,000 in its entirety and not divide it up. But as a new library board, we have discussed the situation, and if we keep the money, then Clearwater County taxpayer citizens will be affected by the cutback on Rocky Library budget. So, in order to keep both board budget healthy, we are increasing our ask for funding today. The Caroline Library is at risk of closing. The librarians are understaffed and overworked. Both Nordegg and Caroline have expressed great concern about safety and security. There was an armed robbery at the GTI in Caroline. The cashier was shot at twice. There was a stabbing in the street behind the library recently. The librarians work alone. Due to these safety concerns, the library board saw a need to increase staffing and for safety and security, as well as to better serve patrons with more staff at the Caroline and Nordegg Library. We would begin to offer more programs to the community. It's been 5 years since the budget has been increased. Caroline specifically has been asked by residents to increase services and programs. We could have programs like the Mom and Tots program, youth programs like Tinker Tuesday or Lego Club, programs for homeschool families and seniors, I homeschool, and we go to Spruce View to meet up with other homeschoolers once a week. There's roughly 50 families that homeschool in Clearwater County, and that's just from the school board that we use. Nordegg has young families living in the community now that would like to see these programs as well. Do you want to talk about like what Allison and Amanda go through in a day?
I do.
Well, Carrie's getting organized. So at Caroline, we have 2 staff members that share a position. And then, we have at Nordegg, 6 volunteers. And then would like to have 1 person at 15 hours a week paid. And we'd like to get some extra staff on for Caroline so that they could have 2 people on at all times. And then this is just a little bit of what the girls at the Caroline Library deal with in a day, mostly on their own.
And this is not as a board member, but as a patron.
Yeah.
And what I see them go through. Amanda and Allison are the heartbeat of the building. Without it, it's just building with books. There's a big comfy chair where patrons come in and they'll sit and they'll visit, and the way those girls can multitask is amazing because they can get their work done and yet still be a shoulder for the community. They run soup day for seniors, and that is on a day that there's only 1 day a week where we're doubly staffed, and that's on a Tuesday when the book orders come in. Last Tuesday, you couldn't even see Allison behind all the books, and it was soup day, so Amanda delivers the soup. They also do 710 at-home deliveries for seniors on their own, on their time. They help anyone and everyone is greeted with a smile. Everyone is treated equally. They help seniors with their, with the computers, with the government programs. They help walk them through all of that. They're just very busy ladies. They
help kids out with the computers too.
Well, and they have the little extras like the crafts for kids. So on their time, and remember, there's only 1 day that it's doubly staffed. They put together all the kits for the crafts. So there was 52 sessions last year and 1,250 participants. This year they're not able to do it the way they did previous years, but they would set up tables and donations would come in for kids to Christmas shop for their parents or their grandparents to give them that shopping experience where they could, be excited about Christmas and pick something out for family members. They're not able to do that just because of the time crunch this year. So they're doing something different. They run yard sale all summer. The girls bring things out in the morning, bring it back in at night. And again, 1 person, except for Tuesdays. They have a snack and coffee program for the seniors and the kids that come in. And this is the extras that they do. There was a fellow with cancer. Amanda and Allison arranged rides for him to get to his treatments. They took donations. The fellow didn't use them all, but he has paid it forward to anyone else in the community that needs it. They just do so much extra. And I'd like to read a quote right now by R. David Lanks. Bad libraries build collections. Good libraries build services. Great libraries build communities. Well, and Amanda and Allison have built a great library, and they've built a community. Everyone is welcome, but we are short of funding. to ensure that the programs for Nordegg, also it's very essential. Just because they live so far away doesn't mean that they shouldn't have the same access as the people in Rocky or the people in Caroline. There is a need, and like they are strictly run on volunteers. Well, 2 of their volunteers moved away. They've had to cut their hours at the library. They have gained 1 volunteer back, but there is a real need for a steady, someone there, a staff member. And with Caroline, the girls do all of the janitorial work at the end of the long day, again, alone. We would also like to see, if there's 2 people, that's the day-to-day janitorial is good. But we would need a janitorial maybe once a month to come in and do a deep clean, like the dusting and different things. Previously, and everyone knows Caroline didn't have money, but it was Caroline that maintained the building. It was 5 years before we finally got the furnace cleaned. Our carpets hadn't been cleaned since 2019. Yay, they were cleaned November 22nd. But we're unsure also of the maintenance of the building now. Does that come out of our budget, or is that something that, now that you guys own the building, does that come out of municipal? Like we don't, there's a lot of things that we don't know when we're trying to do our budget, to understand. And yeah, I guess I can just scrap this and talk. They do a lot for the community. And again, we would like to see Nordegg also be offered more programming and services. Caroline did just hire 1 programmer for, I think it was 6 hours every 2 weeks, or is it a week?
I think it's every 2 weeks,
Yeah.
3 hours a week.
Because they've had to drop, Caroline's had to drop some of their programs too. Like
Well, there is no programs right now.
Well, the ones that are,
Well,
they're doing themselves and they're
yeah.
running at capacity. But they've had to drop the story time for kids because with 1 person, and they're manning the desk and they're doing checkouts and they're helping people with computers. Well, if you're reading a story to a bunch of 4- and 5-year-olds, and then you have to go check out a book or help, you know, you don't have their attention span for that long. So there is a need for, and if we give, and we do realize that Rocky too has to stay, and they serve also the citizens of Clearwater County in general too. So we understand that they need this money also. Okay, I'll shut up. I'll turn it over to Amanda.
Thank you very much for the, thank you very much for the presentation and the passion regarding the library.
In closing, we're asking for $128,000 to ensure the safety of the library employees and expand on programs that we've had to cut. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the delegation. After amalgamation, it has created some uncertainty in the community in many ways, but from what I've observed of this council is they would like to provide stable and reliable services for the residents of the region and the community. So, Councillor McCauley.
I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you do. Until I took on this role, I had no clue the services that library provided. Doing all of my research on it, it's severely underfunded, and I appreciate everything you've done. Just in the interest of working together, I appreciate, you know, working out your issues with the budget, and thank you for coming for us today.
I'll move over to Councillor McKay.
Hello, thank you, ladies. Excellent presentation. I just want to clarify, your request is to keep the 78K in provincial funding and increase your funding from the county another 20 to 50, bringing your budget to 128 for the year. Now, I guess being a new counselor, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Your budgets in the past, like that's over 50% increase in budget from past years. Is that because of Nordeg, or is that?
We're asking that if we don't keep the 46,000. So we wouldn't keep, we don't want the 40. Okay, well, no, basically Rocky also needs that. So what we're asking for is if we keep the funding as it was with Caroline and Nordeg at whatever, but we would ask that the funding be increased. Because there are, just for the staffing in Nordeg, ideally, we're looking for someone in Nordeg or the surrounding area. But we can't really budget for that, because if we have to hire somebody from Rocky, then we'll have to pay travel time also. And we do realize that Rocky's budget is very important. So we're asking the 122, or 128, sorry, but we're not asking to keep the 46.
Okay, because in the document, it states, the draft budget is based on keeping and utilizing the entire 25-26 amount from municipal affairs grant, and also increasing a request from the county from 30 to 50,000.
That was the old budget. The revised budget, which we quickly did at the meeting the other night, is not keeping that funding, but asking the county for the 128,000. And again, newly formed board, and 2 of the board members from Nordeg were not available. One was in Italy.
Okay, no, I think we all need some clarification here. So you're here asking the county for 128 in funding?
Yes,
Oh, boy, okay.
but that is us not keeping the 46,000 that was granted from the Alberta government, so that Rocky doesn't have to change their budget or have to cut any programs, because it's important that they don't have to cut any programs too. So we're not keeping that funding, or asking to keep that funding. What we are asking for, though, is 128,000 from council, because now we do need to increase our staffing. And there's things that the Rocky Board has that our staff doesn't have. And this came up at the very end of the meeting the other night, was a wellness fund. And we'd like to see our employees have the same, I don't want to say, well, benefits, the same working conditions kind of thing.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
I guess I would just like to say that this presentation is informational, but I believe the documentation that we've been presented does not correlate to the presentation in any way whatsoever. I apologize for misunderstanding, but we need more information, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to move on to, if at this point in time, if just simply put, with the new board at the organizational meeting that took place in October, there's now a desire to cost share that grant that come from the Alberta government with the Rocky Mountain House Library.
Yes.
And then a request for additional funding that could be considered during budget deliberations with this council, if they choose. So, thank you for the clarification. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I'll move over to Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I would like to look at this at a little higher end and get to your finances. I made the motion to do the 128, and I would like everybody to know that I'm the councillor that's on Clearwater County Board, Library Board. I sit in their meetings. We are looking for $175,765 total budget. And that includes the 128 that we need. Because if you look at Clearwater County and Rocky all in one unit. If you take 12,000 people that are in Clearwater County, if the Rocky Board looks after half of that, that would be 6,000 people out of Clearwater County taxpayers go to the Rocky Library. So we see that they need the 46,000 to keep doing their programs. We're asking for 175,000 on our budget to look after the other 6,000 people in our county, with Caroline and Nordic doing that for 175,000. And I believe Rocky's budget is over 400,000. So we're doing it way less. Our two managers out there has not even had a cost of living raise in 5 years. So in 5 years, they have actually decreased their wages because no cost of living has been given to them. And they're okay doing it. But if you look at that, they are looking after 6,000 people in this county and they're taxpayers. And there's our 6,000 taxpayers go to Rocky to get the library service. That's costing our county over 200,000 to do Rocky, and we're looking at only 175 to look after the same amount of people. So very efficient, Caroline.
Thank you for comments. Or do you have more, Councillor Cermak?
Well, on a Tuesday is the only day they have two people there. When we have robberies and stabbings and everything in that community, it is very unsafe and the security is ridiculous. It's 40 minutes for any RCMP to get there, and these girls are working alone. We need to hire another person, and we need to at least give them a cost of living raise every year. They're at their highest pay scale that they can get at the moment. And a cost of living, well, last year I think was 4.5%. They lost that. So they actually took a cut in wages.
Thank you for the, do you have more, Councillor Cermak?
I'm just very adamant that for 128,000 that serves 6,000 people is pretty cheap compared to what Rocky does.
Thank you very much for your your comments, and it is it appears to.
I'm a little passionate about this.
Oh, libraries are more than just books, that's for sure. They are a very, very important amenity in our community, but I do see a desire to have collaboration with the two libraries. I do see Ms. Graham's light is flashing, and I'll pass the floor over.
Yes, I firstly would like to apologize for council that they are dated documents. It wasn't shared with us that they had been changed, and these are the documents that they had us include in here, so I apologize for that. We can bring we obviously don't expect you to make a decision based on inaccurate documents, so we can bring this to the next meeting with accurate documents if they can provide those for us for you guys to make a decision. I apologize for that.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much for the, Ms. Manco, please proceed. Go ahead.
One thing that hasn't been discussed that I had written down, but the maintenance on the building. We need shingles on parts of the building. The gutters haven't been cleaned. So I guess for clarification, is that something that the MD does, or?
That would all be, Ms. Graham, please.
So your guys' administration can reach out to us about that, and we can discuss it. There is an agreement with the village for the maintenance, and it goes into 2026, so we've kind of just been operating under that currently. But that is something we have to discuss moving forward, absolutely.
So at this time, it is evident that there's a need for funding to continue to provide a valuable service for the residents in the region. And Councillor McKay.
Yes, I'd just like to reiterate again that I understand the underfunding issue, but I guess what I would like to ask is that are all the services that you're providing typical of what other libraries would be providing? Or is there maybe some services that should be looked at from a different board, like a community services level board? It just seems like maybe this library has taken on a little too much, I guess. I don't know. Is it typical for libraries to provide senior support and family support and meals and all these things that are adding to the workload and the budget?
It is typical in a community, because unlike Rocky, we don't have those services available. So someone has to take that on. And the girls weren't asked, they just do it.
Like somebody makes the soup and buns in the community and brings them into the library and disperses them, and then Amanda's daughter will come in and drive around and hand out the ones that couldn't make it to the library. So we're just a tight-knit little community, we all look out for each other, and it's just kind of something that people in town just decided to do and bring into the library.
And they do have their Alberta Health food safety thing.
I'm not concerned about that at all. And again, I just want to reiterate that I truly appreciate everything that's being done there. But let me just rephrase my comment. Has the board considered looking at other options for funding for providing all of these extra services, such as extra provincial funding, or maybe possibly from industry funding, which we see in lots of other communities where industry will step up to fund these types of programs because it's excellent publicity for them?
So for seniors, takes no funding at all. That's all strictly volunteer.
Well, it's still time that the ladies that are working at the library have to invest, right? And the same with the children's programs too, right?
Yes.
I'm going to just interject here just a little bit, but having some previous history sitting on the Parkland Library Board, there are many unique services that libraries across the province that will offer to their communities. As every region is different in nature. And I know that historically there was energy producers that did donate to the Caroline Library, such as TC Energy, and there was also memorial funds that were set aside from teachers that have passed for memberships. So there has been contribution in other ways. But I think at this point in time, in the essence of time, to continue to move along with our agenda, I'd like to see a motion to accept the Clearwater County Library Board 2026 budget presentation for information. We can have further discussions during budget deliberations in regards to the request for funding. But at this point in time, if anybody would like to make a motion, Councillor McKay.
I will make the motion to receive the Clearwater County Library Board 2026 budget presentation for information.
Thank you very much for the motion. Thank you very much for the presentation. And if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. Thank you very much for the delegation.
Also, thank you.
Have a wonderful afternoon. And we do have another delegation. We'll take just a short 5-minute break here again and get our delegation situated in council. Welcome back from our short break, and we'll move on to item 6.2 in our agenda on page 131, which is a delegation from the Town of Rocky Mountain House Library Board, proposed 2026 budget and request for additional funding in 2000, should that be 2025 or 2026? But another small grammatical error, but we'll move on with the delegation, and before we do, I'll maybe start with a round of introductions.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Morning, Hazel Letman, Councillor for Ward 2.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Councillor Ward 3 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Apologies for running a little bit behind in the agenda here, but my name's Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor and Reeve.
Tyler McCauley, Councillor Ward 5.
Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Lauren Humphrey, Councillor Ward 7.
Sydney Graham, Community Services Supervisor, and just to clarify, there is an ask for additional funding in 2025 as well.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Good morning, welcome, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Bettina Van Newkirk, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Good morning, I'm Ben Worth, the manager at the Rocky Mountain House Public Library.
And good morning, I'm Lori Pratt. I am the chair of the Rocky Public Library Board, and I'm also a resident of Ward 7, so we'll be talking.
Well, good morning and welcome to Council Chambers, and I'll give you the floor to do your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Reeve Northcott and members of council. First off, congratulations to you all on your recent election, and I know you're all getting your feet underneath you, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that's coming at you. So we are here to present our updated 2026 budget request along with an emergency funding request related to a shortfall in our 2025 operating budget. This year has brought a unique and unexpected funding challenge tied directly to the amalgamation of the of the Village of Caroline into Clearwater County and the establishment of the new Clearwater County Library Board. I'd also like to say thank you very much to the Clearwater County Library Board on their presentation, very informative as well. But as a result of these structural changes, the Rocky Mountain House Public Library is no longer eligible to receive the Rural Services Funding Grant that historically supported library service for rural residents across Caroline, Nordegg, and Rocky Mountain House. Previously, this grant ensured that rural patrons and county residents could continue accessing services across our library system. However, for 2025, the entire $46,000 allocation that historically supported Rocky Mountain House was redirected solely to the Clearwater County Library Board by the province of Alberta as part of their library operating grant. We only became aware of this change in October after our board had already approved and submitted our 2026 budget to both town and county following our September 24th, 2025 board meeting. This very compressed timeline left us with no opportunity to adjust operational plans in advance. As a result, the Rocky Mountain House Public Library is facing a 2025 budget shortfall of $46,000, and we have been required to revise our 2026 budget, increasing our municipal ask to both the town and county to maintain services and ensure operational stability. We have divided the 2025 emergency request equally between the town and county. We presented this request to town council last week and they have agreed to fund $23,000 and we're incredibly grateful for that decision. We have submitted both the revised 2026 budget and the emergency 2025 request for your review today. Ben has also prepared a detailed timeline and outlining the events, decisions, and communications that led to the current situation, which we can provide at your request. We fully recognize that this represents a significant increase in our ask from Clearwater County. We want to emphasize that our board remains committed to responsible stewardship of public funds and that this request arises solely from a provincial allocation change outside of our control. We are also in the process of revitalizing our Friends of Library as they are able to undertake fundraising activities that we are not, as well as investigate additional options for our current reserves to allow for more liquidity and growth. Our priority is and continues to be ensuring that rural residents of Clearwater County have stable, equitable access to library resources, technology, programming, literacy services, and a welcoming community space. So thank you for your time consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions. And Ben, I'm sure if there's anything you wanted to add as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, please, if there's more information that you'd like to present or add to.
Well, the presentation from Clearwater County Library Board, I suppose, changes a bit of the request we've submitted, because the information they presented was also new to us, regarding what they mentioned about sharing some of that provincial funding. That's not something that we were aware of until this meeting's presentation. So how that is approached, I mean, I suppose we would need to follow up to make sure all the documents and details are followed through there.
There's a few questions now,
Yeah.
Right, so it appeared to me in the presentation from the Clearwater County Library Board that there's a will to collaborate and share the grant. Amalgamation has created some uncertainties in so many areas. So with that information from the previous delegation, that, as you've just stated, would change the request for funding. So there may need to be a discussion between the two library boards in relation to the grant that was issued to that board. And maybe an appropriate avenue at this point in time is we could accept this delegation as information and have future consideration for additional funding during budget deliberations. Would that be adequate?
It certainly would, and I mean, having been a resident, grown up as a resident in this community, and then finding out a lot of the issues that and challenges that are happening with the new Clearwater County Board, with trying to get all of these services, and we certainly empathize with what they're going through, because a lot of the challenges they have, we certainly do have in the town of Rocky as well. But being that they're a very rural community and new, this is a new position, we certainly want to collaborate. We certainly want to work and talk together. Libraries are community hubs, and they provide the service the community needs. And sometimes a rural library board has to go a little bit beyond what a more, I want to say, urban board, even though we're still very rural as well. And having visited other libraries across the province, you can borrow, check out snowshoes, you can check out cooking equipment. There's all kinds of different services that they provide. We do want to work together. It was news to us earlier about that funding change, because we were not aware of that as well.
Okay. I guess another avenue that could be taken is we could postpone this agenda item until, to give you an opportunity to maybe have a discussion with the Clearwater County Library Board, and we could postpone this item for further discussion until the December 9th regular council meeting. Ms. Van Newkirk. Sirhan.
Yeah.
that microphone.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I see council having two options. They can either go ahead and deal with the request for the 2025 increased funding, or the item can be postponed until December 9th, and to ensure, to just verify what is happening with the 2025 funding, because I don't believe the Clearwater Library Board spoke to 2025 at all. They were speaking mostly on their 2026 budget. So if verification is required, that the 2025 request could come back to the December 9th meeting.
Yeah, we just have to have clarity on that grant and how, if there's a desire to collaborate and cost share that grant that was given by the Alberta government, so. Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Rafe. Yes, I believe that the Clearwater County Library Board would like to give back the 46 grand that was taken away at the previous board. As long as we get some money to replace it. We don't want Rocky to go short because they look after a whole bunch of our taxpayers and they need to keep looking after them. Therefore, if we give the 46 back, then they aren't searching for any more funding from Clearwater County. Because by the look of the budget, I think Clearwater County already gives about $217,000 right now, according to the grant revenue here. If we get what we're looking for, I'm sure that 26, I'm one of the check signers, so I can probably make sure that gets done. Because thank you for looking after half of our residents and taxpayers in Clearwater County to be able to use your services with the help of Clearwater County to help finance you. You do a great job, and it all boils down to that we need to look after the residents of Clearwater County and the people in Rocky Mountain House and provide a great service for them. And I think it might be a little bit more palatable for the taxpayers of Clearwater County to give to their library board instead of to another municipality's library board.
Okay, so.
Thank you,
Councillor Cermak. And just maybe one, I don't know if it was giving back money, but it was just really was related to sharing of the grant from the Alberta government. Yep. Just, there was nobody giving any money back to anybody, but really truly the discussion is the Alberta grant that was given to the Clearwater Library Board. So if there's no further questions, I will make a motion at this point in time to accept the presentation as information and postpone funding deliberations until the December 9th regular council meeting. So if there's no questions or comments on that motion, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you very much for the presentation and the information. Have a nice afternoon.
Yes, you as well.
Okay.
Excuse me, Ben.
At this, Councillor McKay.
This is inappropriate, I apologize.
Yep, we're still in our, I'd have to call a break, but if.
Go ahead, go. Never mind.
Okay.
I was just curious as to the number of employees at the library, that's all.
I think some of that information will come back at our December 9th meeting, but please remember the questions. And we might be able to get more information at that time as well. So we're just going to move back into our agenda as we do have quite a lot of business still here to address. We'll move back to item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third reading for bylaw 25-060 for the application number 33-25 to amend land use bylaw, and it's on page 66 of our agenda. And I'll hand the floor over to Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Reeve. Morning again, Council. The purpose of bylaw 25/060 is to amend Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw 25/050 to redesignate 5 acres of the north half of Northwest 26397 from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. In addition, council needs to consider the adoption of the draft Lublinkhof outline plan prior to second and third reading of this bylaw. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands of the remainder of the parcel to create an undeveloped CRA parcel. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details on this application, including the draft Lublinkhof outline plan. At regular council meeting held on October 14th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 25/060. In addition to review the draft Lublinkhof outline plan and did not require any further information at that time. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local papers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant first, second, and third reading to Bylaw 25/060. Sorry, there was a typographical error on the last line of that statement. In my agenda, it said 25/051, should be 25/050.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. I do have one question, and then I'll open up the floor for the balance of council. But it was stated that the Municipal Planning Commission provided the following reasons for their decision, recommendation, and it said that it was actually Councillor McKay that identified the number of approaches, but the MPC said that it meets policy. I was just wondering if that was an oversight for the number of approaches that are being considered there. So was that an oversight on the Municipal Planning Commission at that point in time?
No, I don't think that was. The approach was not something that was considered at the number of approaches. I don't think was one of the things that was considered at that reading. I don't know if they realized it was that number of approaches at the time when they were reviewing the application.
Okay, I guess, because there's many policies, right? So it says meets policy, so.
Yes, so the policies that they were identifying was in regards to the IDP, the MVP, and land use bylaw.
Okay, so it would have been, as far as the number of approaches for the gravel road network across Clearwater County, that was overlooked then?
Yeah,
or oversight?
That was probably something that was overlooked, but Public Works would have been the one that would, during their approval, during their process and their policies, they'll be the ones who would identify if there is an approach that needs to be taken out or an approach that needs to be added. So with the subdivision, approval of the subdivision, if it's approved, Public Works would provide comments and address the landowner to remove an approach or not.
Okay, thank you for the information and the comments. At this time, is there any other comments from council, or if any council members would like to make a motion regarding this agenda item? Does the applicant have any comments?
Just make the comment that I know with the new council, there's a concern of loss of farmland. And currently, we have 2 cows, so it won't really affect that. You know, my in-laws want to have chickens and they have dogs, so that's why we went for 5 acres. We would consider a smaller parcel if that helps our application. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much. And I'll look to Councillor Powell for comments.
Okay, thank you for your comment about agriculture, because that was the most talked about thing while campaigning, that they didn't want agricultural land lost. But this is in the IDP, and it is close to Rocky Mountain House, so this would be appropriate location for development, and it would make sense to me. I just have a question for administration or someone who can clarify me for this, or another counselor. So if we put another house there, and then I look further south, so when we get all these different acreages there, which isn't a problem, is there any foreseeable problems in the future? I mean, because we're in an IDP area, there probably will be more growth. Is there anything that we need to look at that could cause future issues when we continue to do this in this area?
Ms. Gillen?
Are you meaning like with the capacity of the road there?
Whether it be on, anything, is there anything there? Because sometimes when we continue to do subdivision in certain areas and it grows, which isn't a problem because this is the right area, we haven't looked at future issues, whether it be gravel or, not that I'm saying there's gravel there, or water or eventually we may need water and sewer there. Is there anything hindering this from, because it eventually is probably gonna grow larger in that area, just before I make it, is there anything foreseeable that could be an obstacle in the future?
I would say the road, capacity-wise should be fine. Like the county roads can, withstand like a fair amount of traffic. And given that it's a dead-end road, it's, probably fairly low other than one additional parcel. As for servicing, it would really depend, I guess, on, and that would come likely at the time if, the town was to annex portions of that area. Whether that would be anywhere immediately adjacent to areas that they would annex. And then at that time, obviously more multi-lot subdivisions, and then servicing would be something that the developer likely would have to work with, and they would have to work around existing things there and or purchase lands from people to determine that. So it would really depend on whether landowner is willing to sell and what that looked like for a developer bringing services in. But it would probably end up tying into the developer and putting services in should it get annexed into the town at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Ms. Councillor Powell, I think what you're looking is for future consideration from staff to reduce any negative impacts that it may have on the community and or any to be able to reduce any possible increases on taxation on the community of Clearwater County. Thank you very much. Councillor Humphrey.
Yeah, so I have my question, and this is just for clarification. Once the property, the quarter section has 4 parcels out, that is a maximum unless it was annexed and subdivided, or that's not the case?
No.
Mr. Clark, go ahead.
No, that would not be the case. If there is any additional parcel that would need to be subdivided, they would have to come to council to get that land use amendment and also prepare an area structure plan in regards to, an outline plan, sorry, in regards to any further application regarding this quarter section. So for any quarter section, there is not necessarily a minimum, but each application will be viewed case by case. And if it's more than the 2 or 3 that gets subdivided, then an outline plan will be prepared.
So random pieces could just be taken out of this and without any real plan?
When the application comes before administration, we review the application and advise the applicant what would be the safest and best approach in regards to any future subdivision.
I'm going to just pass the floor over to Mr. Emmons at this time.
Thank you, Eve Northcott, and if I may, so basically, if I may help to clarify, to put it in steps, 2 parcels is permitted under the current land use bylaw. A 3rd parcel, so 2 acreages, is a may. The 4th parcel triggers the requirement for an outline plan. Now that outline plan, Mr. Lublinkhof could have said, if I gotta go to the expense of an outline plan, I'm gonna take the opportunity to have 4 3-acre parcels or 5 4-acre parcels. The the important number there is the fourth parcel. The fourth parcel requires an outline plan. Mr. Lublinkhof has said, you know what, I'm not interested in that level of multi-lot, but under our land use bylaw, 4 parcels is defined as a multi-lot. So this triggers that requirement for an outline plan, even though he's requesting 1 more parcel, if that helps.
That does, that clears that up, just to know that, hey, if we're gonna do a whole bunch more, you know, a plan of how they're all gonna be situated, accesses, all that, services, everything becomes an issue that we really need to look at, in my opinion. So yeah, thanks for clearing that up, Mr. Emmons.
Okay, so at this time, if there's any more discussion, Councillor Shermack.
Yeah, I'm not clear on that, CO Emmons. So with this area structure plan, all he would have to do to make another subdivision is come into planning and say, okay, my area plan is for this whole 78 quarters. I could do another acreage, another 5 acres off this subdivision without doing any other plan or coming to council.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. And as this 4th parcel has triggered the outline plan, this is Mr. Lubinkhof's proposal for the outline plan. If tomorrow, Mr. Lublinkhof, for this example, decided, I want 3 more parcels, that would require a brand new outline plan depicting that, and that would come before council.
Okay, clarification, thank you. I just didn't want to be able to have more multi-subdivisions without another area structure plan. Thank you.
Good discussion. At this time, if we'd be looking for motion to adopt the Lublinkhof outline plan as presented. If anybody's, Councillor McCauley.
I move that council adopts the Lublinkhof outline plan as accepted. Do we need a second motion for the second option?
We'll deal with one motion at a time. So I think right now, thank you very much for the motion. And just for clarity for all the council, the motion on the floor is to adopt the Lublinkhof outline plan as presented. So if there's, Councillor McCauley, is your, no? Okay. Okay. Alrighty. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Now we will be looking for a second motion that is in our agenda. Councillor McCauley.
I'll move that council grants second and third readings to bylaw 25-060 to amend the land use bylaw 25/050.
Thank you for the motion. However, we'll do one motion for second reading, and then we'll be looking for an additional motion after that, if it's passed, for the third reading.
Okay.
So,
second reading only.
okay, so Councillor McCauley makes the motion to grant second reading to bylaw 25-060 to amend land use bylaw 25-050. There's no discussion on the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. At this time now, we'll be looking for another motion for third reading. Councillor Cermak.
I will make that motion for third reading.
Thank you for the motion.
For bylaw, whatever number that is. Bylaw number 33-25. Or bylaw 25-060.
Okay, so I'm just going to repeat the motion for clarity so that we have it as recorded in the minutes that Councillor Cermak makes a motion for third reading to bylaw 25-060 to amend the land use bylaw 25-050. Any further discussion? I see no lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in today. To move on to item 5.2, which is consideration of second and third reading to bylaw 25-035. Municipal Planning Commission has not had an opportunity at this time to tour the property. So we could have a motion to postpone this item until the, I'm just looking to staff if the December 9th or December 17th, what would be appropriate to have this postponed to which future council meeting? Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, I guess I should clarify with the item whether they can postpone the item or if they would table second reading. I believe you would table second reading until you receive more information. No, not the public hearing part, just because it's just second and third. So yeah, I think you would just table second reading until you receive more information. And then it would probably come back for second reading in the new year, because we would have to wait till the MPC in December.
That was, thank you for, that was my, the avenue of where I was trying to go was what would work for staff to allow for the Municipal Planning Commission to have the time to be able to go tour the property and then bring it back at a future.
Yeah, so it would
council
probably likely
agenda
be the
item.
first meeting in January that we would bring it back.
So if we postpone this item until January of 2026?
Correct.
Okay, so we'd be looking, Councillor McKay makes that motion to postpone this agenda item until future council meeting in January of 2026. Tabled? Okay. Is there any more discussion on the floor? Okay, I'll call the question. All those, oh, you do have a question, Councillor? Okay, Councillor Shermack, go ahead.
I have a real problem with this. I have talked to the landowners. Some did not get any written responses for this. Some have told me that they have sent emails and have not had responses back from the emails. The last stuff that they heard was in June. I think this needs to go back out to all within at least a mile of this property, that we are assured that everybody in that area is heard. Now, I think that's only being transparent. If we have people getting up saying that they didn't know, the one person said the only way he knew was that the owner of the land got a hold of him yesterday and told him. This is not being transparent.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Shermack. However, earlier in the meeting, I did ask, it was noted that adjacent landowners had concerns that they may have not have been notified. And we did ask a request of administration prior to second and third readings to verify that the adjacent landowners were notified. At this time, Ms. Gillum.
Sorry, I'll just clarify with that, I guess. So yeah, because of when the notifications were sent out for the readjusted public hearing was during the mail strike, so we can't send notices. So with that notification, in that case, we make sure we put it in the paper and then we put it on the website with all the information, and we have a pop-up that comes up that says public notices can be found here. So that is the avenue that we have to go during that that thing. So when the notices were sent out, the strike was on. So we wouldn't have sent notices to the adjacent landowners because it wasn't possible. We could have possibly sent them later, but our standard practice during the strikes have been to post it in other ways because we're not able to send it when we send the notifications out. So that's why they wouldn't have gotten paper ones, because of the mail strike. Yeah, so there is that part of it. As for the emails, I'm not sure who the email would have been sent to or what response was requested. I don't know anything about that one.
Well, what about the issue of the emails that were sent and nobody was, there was no return email back to them?
And I'm not sure who the email maybe was sent to. We did receive the one email regarding the concerns with the Alberta environment stuff, and that was forwarded and included in the package. Maybe they didn't know if we had received the information. I'm not sure if they responded saying thank you for the information or comments. So maybe that's the one we didn't respond to, that the letter of concern. I'm not sure if that's what they're speaking to, but.
So I'm just a comment, maybe prior to council's consideration of second and third reading in January, would we be able to verify that all the requirements of the MGA regarding the public hearing for this agenda item have been met or not met, and then council consider options at that time in January?
Yeah.
Would that be an option?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor.
At this time, though, the mail strike isn't on. Could we remail out to landowners?
Mr. Emmons.
As per the Municipal Government Act, the public hearing happened, and it has to happen within the certain time frame of the application, which is why administration had to fall back on relying on the newspaper, the website, because it has to be legislatively processed in that certain time period. Unfortunately, that time period fell over the mail strike, so administration used all the other avenues at our disposal, but you can't, the public hearing happened and there's no tools to redo the public hearing.
So if we've met all the requirements for council's consideration in the future at second and third reading, if it's, if the requirements of the MGA for the, have been met, then council consider it, but if there was an error, nobody has control over the mail strike in this room that I'm aware of. But if there are other options or amendments or any other decisions that we can consider that in January with the information that will be presented to council at that time. So at this time, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McKay to table this item, and I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that motion is carried with Councillor Shermack opposed. Okay, we'll move into item 5.3 of the agenda on page 76, which is first reading of bylaw 25061 for the application number 3525 to amend land use bylaw. It's on page 76 of the agenda. And before we start, we'll do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Hazen Letwin, Councillor, Ward 2.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Councillor Ward 3, Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, welcome to Council Chambers, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor, and Reeve.
Tyler McCauley, Councillor Ward 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor Ward 7.
Kim Gillam, Manager Planning.
Rick Emmons, CO.
Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer.
Chantel Taylor, applicant.
James Taylor, applicant.
Thank you, and I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Holly Billy.
Perfect, thank you. So the applicants hold title to the Northwest 2937-4, and it contains 136 acres. It's located 1 mile south of the Evergreen Community Hall and 2 miles east of Secondary Highway 761. And the application before you today is to redesignate 10 acres from the Agricultural District to the Country Residential Agricultural District. The proposal is located in the west central portion of the quarter, and it is described as relatively flat land, being a combination of trees and pasture. It is a developed yard site, complete with a residence and accessory buildings. The land is serviced with a water well and an open discharge septic system. Current access to the property is via an oil lease road off Range Road 4-5, adjacent to the west property boundary. So pending a successful redesignation, the applicants do intend to subdivide, creating a third title from this quarter section. The balance of the quarter is described as pasture with a yard site and corrals in the northwest corner. There is minimal tree coverage with pockets of lower lying land. There is also a 23-acre residential parcel located in the southwest corner, which was registered with land titles in 1994. Access to the balance exists off the oil lease road in the west central portion, as well as the northwest corner. There is a well and pipeline that was identified in our search. None contain sour gas, and surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural with some residential. Would you like me to go through all the policies? It's similar to the other ones that you have already reviewed. I have no problem doing it, but if you would like me to go right to the considerations, I can do that as well.
In the essence of time, I think we'll just go to considerations,
For
please.
sure.
Thank you.
So this request is to allow for the future subdivision of an existing yard site. The proposed 10 acres in size is to accommodate the setback distances for an existing septic system. This is an oversized parcel. However, a larger size may be considered at council's discretion to accommodate existing residential amenities such as the wastewater system. Preliminary discussions for the proposal included the oil lease road, so the property would abut the existing acreage. And this was discouraged by administration to kind of reduce the overall parcel size. Policy 6 recognizes residential development will be required for future growth, and if appropriately located and designed, it can be compatible with rural areas. Approvals are in place for all structures on this property, meeting the required setback distances outlined in the CRA district. The proposal is parallel to a municipal road, which can provide access and be addressed at the time of subdivision application. For an application that results in a subdivision on agricultural land, it should be assessed and decided upon on a case-by-case basis. Council should consider provisions from the redesignation, subdivision and development policies, location of parcels, and the residential development considerations, as well as the CRA district when they're evaluating this application. Administration does not anticipate negative impacts on the surrounding lands, the uses, or the agricultural operations, as this will continue to be used as a residential yard site. Should the land use amendment be successful, it would result in the 10-acre CRA parcel, so the third title from the quarter section, which can comply with policy 10.2.2 of our municipal development plan. Administration is asking council to grant first reading of this bylaw and proceed to a public hearing to gather feedback from agencies and adjacent landowners. And before I turn the floor back over to you, I would just like to give the applicants an opportunity to explain why they've made application.
Thank you very much. I think that'd be appropriate if the applicant would like to provide any comments for the agenda item here today.
Thank you, councillors. Yes, we stand here before you asking for a second subdivision on the mentioned title. And as you know, we have stood beside most of you in opposition of a second subdivision, so we humbly stand here asking you to review this for your consideration. I am the third generation to this farmland that we are talking about. My grandfather purchased it and cleared it himself back in the 60s, and it is where my dad farmed, and now we currently own and farm it as well. We have rented the pasture from my parents for the past 15 plus years, prior to purchasing it from them in February of 2023. Due to health reasons, we purchased the title from them with the condition that they could live there at no cost with some contingencies. We had a life lease in place for them, which they have since violated and terminated. And also due to health conditions, he has suffered a stroke, heart attack, and a bypass surgery this spring. So we have had to move them to a different location as well as it has forced us to legally pay for a lot of their debt that has accumulated from health reasons of not working. So yes, this summer we made the decision to purchase an additional place for them to move into in Rimbey, closer to health services, and something that is more manageable and affordable for them to maintain. So in order to recoup our costs with the financial stress that had been bestowed upon us from them, we are asking to subdivide this and sell it. We are still not in favor of second subdivisions out on ag land, but this quarter, so the quarter directly to the north of it, it had recently been purchased and subdivided out with the different council members. This past year, it actually sat dormant. The previous owner with the subdivision ran those renters out, and they ended up destroying the pasture land, destroying the corrals, the water system, nothing. So they couldn't even load out their cows last fall. They had to run them across into our pasture land in order to load out. So we do not want to eliminate, reduce ag land. That is not our goal. Our goal is to keep it and keep running it with our 30 plus pairs on there that we have done over the last 15 plus years. We have cleared brush, making the pasture more sustainable. We've replaced fences and corrals on our own, and we want to keep it going and thriving for the ag industry. So to keep our farm operation running smoothly, we'd like to maintain the 125 acres of pasture land that we run our pairs on. And if we are not able to get a first reading passed, it would require us then to sell the whole parcel, which would reduce our ag operations as well. If you have any questions, we're willing to answer.
Thank you for the remarks and comments. I'll look to council. I don't see any comments at this time from council. So first reading would be just Councilor Cermak.
I believe that this should go to first reading because this is pretty interesting. And I would like to hear the response from landowners around this parcel of land.
Okay.
So I would move for first reading. Motion for first reading.
Okay. Councilor Cermak has put a motion on the floor for the council proceed with granting first reading to bylaw 25-060 to amend the land use bylaw. Councillor McKay.
My apologies, but before we vote on that bylaw, could I just ask one question of the applicants? Is that appropriate?
Absolutely, yes, please.
Have you guys considered, I guess, narrowing the parcel and moving it to the south to include the access, or is it because of the sewer that you can't, like, narrow it, I guess? Or bring it south?
Can I comment on that?
Oh,
Yes,
absolutely.
please, yeah.
Okay, yes, no, we're not opposed to moving it to the adjacent, subdivision boundary line. It's just, that was just to keep the acre size down. And, we're not opposed to that. The biggest thing is just the 90-meter setback around the septic pump out.
Right, so
Is kind of why the size, why it stretches out to the east. But we're open to bringing it to the south and adjoining it. We'll just have to watch the setback from the pump out.
Or sorry, is that south or am I looking at this wrong? Is that to the north?
Yeah, that's south.
Move it to the south there.
Yeah, like could the whole parcel be moved or would that violate septic?
It possibly could, it'd just be the 90-meter setback for the pump out.
Okay.
That is the challenge, which that property is the meeting the 90-meter setback distances. That's why it kind of looks like that. If council was in support of having it slightly larger, it would be approximately 13 acres to move that south boundary down to abut the other residential parcel. With this application, that's really the only provision that doesn't comply with the application is it doesn't abut the existing residential parcel.
Okay, just as an egg producer with land, with parcels like this that were taken out before I purchased, having that sliver is frustrating to say the least, so that would be my only recommendation is to eliminate that. Thank you.
And if this agenda item is to pass first reading, council would have the discretion at second and third reading, or specifically second reading, to make amendments to the application. I think I answered Councillor Humphrey's question. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to grant first reading to this agenda item from Councillor Cermak. If there's no more discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? That motion is passed. Thank you for coming in today. We'll move on to item 5.4, which is first reading of bylaw 25062 for application number 3425 to amend land use bylaw. It's on page 91 of the agenda. And before we get started here, we'll do a quick round of introductions. And again, we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Lemon, Councillor, Ward 2.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Councillor, Ward 3, Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor in Reeve.
Tyler McCauley, Councillor Ward 5.
Good morning. Councillor Cermak for Division 6.
Good morning. Lauren Humphrey, Councillor Ward 7.
Kim Gillam, Manager Planning.
Rick Emmons, CEO.
Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
And I am Jim Laskowski, the applicant.
Thanks for coming to council chambers and welcome. I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Bisson.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott, and good morning, Council. So James and Susan Laskowski currently hold title to the Southwest 7, 38.6 west of the 5th, containing 57.80 acres. The subject land is located approximately 11.5 kilometers south of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The landowners have made application to redesignate 4.13 acres located in the northwest portion of the subject property from agricultural district to country residential agricultural district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the 4.13 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed parcel is described as rolling land with significant slope along the easterly boundary that drops down towards the Clearwater River. The proposed parcel contains a shop with living quarters and 3 sea cans. The applicants have indicated that the existing services include a water well and a septic field. Access to the proposed parcel can be obtained from an existing access off of Highway 22 adjacent to the west property boundary. The balance of the subject land can be described best by splitting it into thirds. The southeast third is heavily treed land located within the floodplain of the Clearwater River. The third that's located in the middle is heavily treed, steep land that makes up the slope to the river. And then the western third is flat, mainly cleared farmland. There is a developed residential yard site in the south central portion of the subject lands. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from the existing existing access off Highway 22. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. Pending the result of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with a subdivision process to create separate title to the CRA parcel. And the attached package provides more detail on the proposed parcel, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. I won't go into a ton of details on the planning direction. I know you've heard that a number of times already this morning. The one thing that I would indicate that's a little different about this application is the hazard lands that are adjacent to the Clearwater River. So Clearwater County considers lands having one or more of the following characteristics as hazard lands. Lands susceptible to erosion, subsidence, and slumping, and lands prone to flooding. And of course, environmentally significant lands are lands that and features that the county considers to be environmentally significant are rivers, streams, and their valleys, ravines, and escarpments, and of course, hazard lands. Environmentally significant areas under 4.2.17 of the MDP, where an application for subdivision or development impacts or may impact an environmentally significant area, the county should apply one or more of the following options to help conserve the land. Typically, when it comes to hazard lands, we do protect it with environmental reserve easements, and that's what we would be looking at doing here if this was to proceed to the subdivision process. So in accordance with the provisions of the MGA, Clearwater County should require the dedication of an environmental reserve easement for any of the lands that is subject to flooding and any of the lands that may be considered unstable. And then any lands abutting the bed and shore of the Clearwater River. When environmental reserves are required and public access is not deemed necessary, environmental reserves should be taken as an easement. If public access is required, environmental reserves should be taken as a lot and held by Clearwater County. And just for a setback reference, we do typically require a 30-meter setback from the Clearwater River. And so I will now jump over to the policy considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a developed 4.13 acre residential parcel in the northwest portion of the subject lands. Legal and physical access exists to both the proposed parcel and the quarter. Staff have reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that this proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. And so it's staff's recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25-062 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for the information, Mr. Bisson. And are there any questions or comments from council or Councillor Cermak?
Yes, Mr. Bisson. The white line where the jog goes around there, is that a creek or a road or what is that?
So from Highway 22, I believe you're referring to the, directly to the north of the parcel.
Yes.
That is an access that goes down to the Clearwater River. It is off of Highway 22. I believe a number of people use it to park and go down there to fish.
It used to be a lot better. When I first bought that property, you could drive a trailer down there and park below. And I used to clean it up so people could park there. And then we had problems with your local drug dealers and stuff, and they wrecked that whole area down there. So I barricaded it off. I couldn't get any help from transportation about putting a fence up there or something to protect it. So I just barricaded it off so people could go down there and they couldn't get into the other part. And it's come back in there. The grass and the trees have come back in there, but it's really gotten, the road is really deep through there and you have a hard time driving down there. And the bank of the river's changed now. It's cut back under the bridge more to the south now there.
So, Councillor Cermak, do you have another question?
So it's pretty limited access there
Yeah.
to get down there. Okay. I was just wondering why the jog around, and I thought maybe it was a waterway. Thank you.
Is that little access piece that goes down to the river, is that still part of the full quarter, or is that a separate title with Alberta Transportation?
What the other piece that where the trail is?
Yes.
That's transportation's easement. They used it for when they wanted to work on the bridge, and they told me it was so they could service the bridge. Well, they can't even get underneath there because the banks rooted out so much. They maintain it from the top like the rest of the bridges now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Humphrey.
I'm still looking to clarify that. So that road goes down, is it,
It's a forest road.
It's an easement?
That's part of their easement, yeah. And everybody drives down there and turns around and then comes back up. Because it's a dead end.
Right. And the bank off to the river is a fair...
It's about 8 feet down, straight down now there.
Okay.
Yeah. So the people that bring their paddle boards or their kayaks, they got smart people park up at the trop where I've got the barricades.
Yeah.
They park there and they take their stuff down and walk down there and go in the water and go from there.
Okay, I guess then I would direct this maybe towards administration there if they would know. What's the likelihood of transportation since they can't access under there? I don't know if it's something they could make a road to access under it, or are they gonna just say one day, hey, we don't need that easement anymore, or will they just keep that easement for all time?
Perhaps I'll answer that. So that it is actually part of the highway right-of-way, so it's part of the road plan. So they already own that,
They
that
own it.
chunk of land. Yeah, it's not really an easement, it is part of the highway system. But as far as whether they need to upgrade that road to access the bridge, that I can't answer.
They won't be able to get underneath there to do any work anyways, because the bank has changed so much, and they put that tower up there to cross the river, which is a waste of a bunch of money. They don't even go in that thing. I deal with the fish cops there all the time, and I talk to them, and they don't use that thing at all.
That cleared that up for me. I just wanted to know if someday they were gonna give it back and it would be tied to the rest of the land. But if it's already been accessed and it's part of the highway, then that explains the jog out and there's no concerns.
Would that be considered one title out of that quarter section?
So the quarter section is actually split into two currently with the river system severing it. So the north portion, I guess, is owned by is a separate title already.
And what about the
The widening would not be a chunk out of that title. Or wouldn't be considered a separate parcel, I guess.
Okay, and what about the parcel that's on the north side of the Angle Road?
That is part of the northern portion of the quarter section, so it is part of the Southwest 738-6 still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other further questions or comments? Councillor McKay.
Councillor Powell?
Go ahead.
Councillor Levin?
I'm gonna move to Councillor McKay.
No, I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
everyone was
will
done.
get there.
Due to this parcel meeting requirements and not affecting agricultural land in the county, I would motion the council grant first reading to bylaw 25062 to proceed to a public hearing.
Okay. Now, were there any other comments or just further discussion on the item? No? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. So at this time, thank you for coming to council chambers.
Thank you.
And we will take a 40-minute break. We'll be back at 12:40. Welcome back from our break. And we'll move on to new business in our agenda to item 8.1, agricultural and community services on page 139, and I'll pass it over to the Director of Ag and Community.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. So for this item, it's for the appointment of the Agricultural Service Board Chair. And our recommendation would be to appoint Aaron Terpsma as the Chair of the Clearwater County Agricultural Service Board, effective November 10th, 2025, for the duration of a one-year term. And November 10th was the date of our ASB organizational meeting. To provide a bit of background, at the November 10th, 2025 ASB meeting, Aaron Terpsma was elected as the Chair of the Clearwater County Agricultural Service Board. In accordance with Section 2, Paragraph 3, 2 of the Provincial Agricultural Service Board Act, approval is required from Council to determine the Chair. The ASB utilizes a process similar to Council to determine its Chair, and Council's formal resolution to confirm the Board's selected Chair meets the requirement under the Agricultural Service Board Act. And I'll pass it back over to you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we'd be looking for a motion that Council appoints Aaron Terpsma as Chair of the Clearwater County Agricultural Service Board as effective November 10th for the duration of the one-year term. And I'd look to Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that council appoints Aaron Terpsma as Chair of the Clearwater County Ag Service Board.
Okay, for effective November 10th for the duration of the one-year term. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. If there's no further discussion, I'll call a question for that appointment. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Thank you for the presentation. And we'll move on to item 8.1.2, which is the 2026 winter warming shelter funding on page 141 of the agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to Director again.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. So to provide some background regarding the winter warming shelter, so on the November 12th council meeting, council received the delegation from the on the winter warming shelter. Council had an opportunity to ask the group representing the winter warming shelter a few questions. The representatives provided a menu and the October guest calendar to try and help answer those questions that council had during the last meeting, and you'll have seen that in the agenda package there. The warming shelter representative did get back to us, and they would like to request $37,000 from Clearwater County. This would assist with the program operations for the remainder of 2025 and all of funding for 2026. If council would like to support this program, but would like to do alternative options other than a lump sum, there are a few alternatives that we came up with. So one of those options would be to choose to fund the warming shelter with a one-time payment. So this would be consistent with what was done for this past year. Another option would be to support this program on a weather trigger basis. So this is how the town supports the program and supported it in 2025. So each night that was below 20 degrees, the town contributed $300. The third option would be to support the program on a monthly basis through installment payments. So to support the full $37,000, it would equal to $5,285 per month that the shelter is open. The warming shelter representative suggested this option and that it could include reporting requirements. So this is how the provincial program is set up as well, and they get their funding once they submit their reports. A fourth option could be that council would defer this decision to budget deliberations, and this would allow for you to see the full entire financial picture prior to making the decision if that's a route that you would like to go. There's obviously this was one that we didn't include in the agenda package, but kind of thought up after the fact. There is an additional option, I guess, that if you want to fund just 2025 and then fund 2026 separately, there's always that kind of option as well after receiving a report from the warming shelter, or you could choose not to fund it at all. I guess that's up to council, so I'll pass it back over to you and how council would like to direct administration on moving forward with this item.
Okay, thank you for the information on this agenda item, and I'd look to council if there's any discussion or comments or questions. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I've thought about this quite a bit, and I think it's worth considering that the trigger program, the same as the town. I realize we funded it in the past, so I was thinking, well, maybe that's a way, and we could have a trigger program. I guess you couldn't have a maximum, but that trigger program in there, and as well as, hey, if there was extra to a maximum of a number, like maybe 20,000 or something, but just throwing that around for what everybody else would feel about something like that.
Okay. Just a question for administration. The last year, the funding amount was, if I remember correctly, was 17,000 for a contribution from Clearwater County to the warming shelter, and this year now it's 37. So significant increase.
Just sorry to clarify, that is for 2025 and 2026 for the 37,000 that they're requesting. Where last year it was just because the request came in January.
Okay.
So just to clarify that it wasn't for a full winter season previously.
Thanks for the clarification. So it could have been, if it would have included the December, the November, possibly December for the previous year, what would it have been roughly?
I don't have that number here, I don't think, unless Sydney has that number, but do you have?
Ms. Graham?
So I don't have that number, but we can share, I'm just trying to find it on the page here. I believe it, there we go, the amount of funding left, so as of October of this year, so January through to October, there were $3,865.34 left. So that gives you a bit of a picture for, they didn't go through the entire 17,000, and then October till now, they've been using those funds and any other funds that they have on reserve.
Okay, yeah, I guess the question I was looking, the information I was looking for is whether their request was for, roughly the same as the previous request for funding, or if it's a significant increase.
Sorry, just to add, just doing the math and splitting up that 17,000 between the months that they were open this past year, it'd probably be like $8,000 to $9,000 on top of that 17, if we were to fund them for the full year, 2025 to 2024 kind of thing.
Okay, so the increase is not quite as dramatic as it would appear when you look at the 17 versus 37,000, because there was additional months that weren't included in the 17,000 that are included in the 37,000.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKay.
I guess just to touch on that before I do ask a question, I believe it was approximately a 40% increase over last year's funding that they were requesting when the delegation was here. I believe that was the number. Now the question with regards to the point that Councillor Humphrey brought up, the temperature trigger, there's going to be an administrative cost to that as well. Have we considered quantifying that, or does the town have a number to correlate to that?
If you want to touch on it.
Ms. Graham?
I don't have a number from the town, but I can speak to how they did operate it in the last season. So they just essentially keep track, and then at the end of the month, they invoice the warming shelter. So there would be a bit of administrative time, but I don't think it would be a significant burden.
Okay.
But there would be a little bit of a cost, but not.
Thanks for clarifying. And then also, at the risk of being that guy that I think everybody has already labeled me as, being the harsh one, the meals that they indicated when they were here were maybe a warm cup of soup, possibly once a week. And now in front of us, we see a full menu that, a lot of these menu items are on my family's weekly menu. So we've gone from, occasionally we can provide these people with something to warm themselves up, to a full-blown meal service. That definitely wasn't part of their previous delegation.
Ms. Graham?
I did reach out about that because looking at this, I thought, wow, they can pick from 5 different things every day. That's amazing. Like, that's better than how I live. But they did confirm that it's 1 option a day. And so, like, let's say Monday they had wieners and beans with a bun. So then the next day, if there was some frozen, they would have that. Their budget is $250 a week for meals total. So that's why they sort of use the frozen leftovers to try and stay within that budget and not have waste.
Right, and
But I don't know if that alleviates.
pardon me, I understand the menu structure, it's just that when they were here, the sentiment was occasionally, you know, once or twice a week, we're able to provide these people with something warm. Well, now we've gone with a full meal every single day of the week, and we're also having a fully staffed shelter. So this has gone from a warming shelter to a completely functioning homeless shelter. And I don't think that's up for debate. So it's, I guess it's really changed from what we were presented to what we see here, I guess is the point. Thanks.
Thank you for the comments, and we'll move over to Councillor Cermak.
I agree with Deputy Grieve. The 37, I know that they started in October. Last year, they started in January. The one cost that I would not have anything to do with is the administration cost. That's just something that the organization will have to pick up. I like the -20, but I think being fair, instead of 17, I would be in agreement with 20,000. Because this county funds of 3865, who has that? Does a warming shelter have that, or is that in our reserves?
Ms. Graham?
The warming shelter has that left over from the 17,000, so it was unused from earlier in the January winter season, I'll call it.
And then they have 12,500 available from Rocky?
So that is available, but it is based on the temperature trigger. So I don't remember the exact amount, but the town approved a maximum amount they could receive for the temperature trigger. So that's what remains of that up until December, the end of December.
Yeah, I thought I heard something, $750 a day or something.
I believe it's 300 a day.
Or 300
Yeah.
a day, sorry.
Yeah, below -20.
Yeah. But administration cost, ridiculous. I don't agree with that. I know that there's costs there, but I would be in favor of a set 20,000 that's available. I like the trigger of 20 below, but when you're trying to do staff and you got 15 beds, they only had 15 beds last year. They're only having 15 beds this year. That's what she said. And October and November have not been very cold, so I don't imagine that they've been using it a whole lot. So that's where I stand.
So would this be a mandated municipal service that Clearwater County is mandated to provide, or would this fall maybe more under the province and their responsibilities? Director?
I mean, it is provincially funded, but it's not legislated that the county has to support this. So it is up to the council's discretion. The only thing I will note is just one thing I do recall that they mentioned was that with the, just for information, that with doing the only funding the nights when it's -20 is they did mention that it is harder for them. I know you'd mentioned the administration costs, but that it is harder for them to be able to justify running the program when they don't have sustainable funding. But just thought I would mention that.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey.
I think it's worth mentioning that I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't feel empathy and want to help people And again, I'll use that hand up as opposed to a handout, and will help, but I don't think it's also been out there that if we make it so appealing that they're getting three squares on a cot every day, that they'll be coming out of, Red Deer and every other place just to come here for the handout. So we wanna, where I see it is, we wanna help them, but we don't wanna make it so appealing that it's attracting them.
Yeah, for the users of the warming shelter, like does the warming shelter provide, it's been stated in here that they have, sometimes do they have support for mental health or detox or, dermatology for skin irritants or different things like that? Or are they getting do we have the appropriate amenities at the warming shelter to truly address the needs of these people? Or are there other regions in the province that does have the proper facilities to address these people, to help them in so many other areas, rather than just providing a warming shelter, but not truly helping these people, these people in areas where they need much more assistance, rather than just a warm place. I would say that everybody is very empathetic and nobody wants to see anybody freeze or lose limbs or toes. But on the other side, we'd have to explain to residents in the community that we're taxing and using their taxes to fund this program, when maybe many of these users aren't from the region, but they've had been relocated to the region. And I just would like to also know if there's efforts in reducing, the need or reducing costs in the future. Because I see an increase, like it'll be, what will the cost be in 10 years, roughly, or 15 years? What's the potential for this to turn into?
I mean, that's an unknown for sure, right? I obviously with inflation and that, if it continues, I'm sure that the cost of everything will continue to go up, and this could become more of an increase in the ask year over year. It's definitely possible. I know they did mention that they do have resources that they do try and help people seek if they have certain mental health or other needs that they need help with, that they would not necessarily provide at the warming shelter, but would be able to direct them to those resources, was my understanding of that. But I don't think it's they can come there and they get all the resources they need in a one-stop shop kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. I'll move over to Councillor McCauley.
Just going over the staffing costs. Are these permanent year-round staff that just sit there waiting for people to show up when it's cold? It's because it's 42,560. It's half their budget. That's pretty hefty. And then they have other staff on here too for cold response and secondary. It does seem somewhat excessive if it's not cold, why are we back? Sorry, if it's not cold, why are they staffing the building?
Ms. Graham?
Yeah.
So for the colder days, I know that they are open more hours, so that's why there's the extra fee for that, I believe. But I don't believe that they're sitting, they're not there in the summer months, and it's just every night they're there. So there is the calendar of the guest calendar, so it was utilized every night, it looks like, in October. But they're not there all day that I'm aware of. There, I'm sure, is cleanup and everything, but I haven't asked for detailed information on that. That is something we could gather for council, though.
And this is a projected budget. It's not really reviewed by their steering committee. It says right at the bottom. I would say this sounds somewhat overinflated, maybe hoping they're gonna get a larger amount. I think I'm with Councillor Cermak's 20,000. It's an increase over what we provided it's an increase over what we provided last year. And listening to Councillor McKay's comments, this is a full service menu. You're not trying to attract people to come in and stay. It's more of a service to keep them assisted and out from the cold.
Councillor McKay.
If no other councillors have any further questions, I guess I would like to motion that council accepts this presentation for information and defers this decision to budget deliberations because we have a lot of decisions coming in front of us here in the next couple of weeks, so I don't think it would be fair to make this before any other decision.
Councillor Cermak, and now we do have a motion on the floor, but Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I like the motion on the floor, but I think that we need to do something because they're open now and they've probably used up some of their reserves. And the other comment is that we all work on budgets, even in our own households. And sometimes we just have to tighten our belts and live without something. And maybe the warming shelter has to do the same. We increased it $3,000, or at least proposed a $20,000. There's some of these budgeted numbers there, I think, that are a little bit extravagant, and I think they could be cut. And I think that they could make the 20,000 stretch and still give a good warming shelter. This isn't a food, laundry service, baths and everything. That's what they're doing here. They're talking about a warming shelter. That's my take on it. I think that we have a motion on the floor, but because I can't make another one.
Okay, so if there's no more discussion now, we do have a motion on the floor to accept this as information and consider funding of the warming shelter during budget deliberations. I'll call. Okay, Councillor Cermak has requested a recorded vote. Is there any additional comments? Councillor McKay.
Just to be clear, the motion is not to deny funding. The motion is to simply defer funding decisions until December 8th, 9th, 10th during budget deliberations.
So we have clarity on the motion. Before I call the question, I'll repeat it one more time to accept this as information, and council will consider funding during budget deliberations. And we'll have a recorded vote, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is passed. We'll move on to item 8.1.3, the Caroline Ice Plant funding on page 146. And again, oh, my apologies. Yes, we do have a 1 o'clock delegation. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. We'll back up in our agenda.
We do?
It is.
Would you like me to just clarify that, Reeve
Yes.
Northcott?
Yes, please, Ms. Thompson.
The planning and emergency services, the development permit, the applicants had planned to be here at 1 o'clock. So I had just informed the Reeve this morning that that was the intention.
Yeah, so we'll be moving to item 8.2.1 in our agenda, which is development permit application number 234-25 to amend condition number 8 of the hall schedule of development permit number 183/23 on page 168 of our agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to administration.
Good morning, Council. With me today, I have Wendell Mason, the applicant representing Paderni's. So this is a development permit to amend condition number 8 of development permit 183-23, the hall schedule exclusively. Paderni's owns and operates the Stewart Pit, which is located approximately 5 miles west of the town of Rocky Mountain House in the Ferry Garth area structure plan. The request is to allow halls on Saturdays. The current development permit restricts hauls Monday through Friday. The haul hours won't change, nor will the route, so it will continue to operate 8 AM to 6 PM, and it will continue to utilize Township Road 39-2 along the south boundary into internal pit roads, and then coming back out on Range Road 8-0. And I've included a copy of that map in your package for you. Surrounding land uses are predominantly residential, agricultural land, crown land, and direct control, because there are numerous aggregate operations in that area. So just to give you a little bit of background, development permit 5595 was issued for the Stewart Pit, which was operating in the southwest of 14, 39 of 8, and that was issued in 1995. In September of 2023, a land use amendment was, an application was made to redesignate 2 parcels of land. So it was part of the southwest of 14 and then the balance of the northwest of 14, and they were redesignated to a direct control district. Then a subdivision application was approved in November of 2023, and it consolidated the southwest of 14 and the south half of the northwest of 14 under one title, which resulted in a 226-acre parcel. The Stewart Pit is registered under the Environmental Protection Enhancement Act and holds a Water Act approval with the province. Development Permit 183 was issued in March of 2024 for the expansion of an existing gravel pit, and I did include a copy of the approval in council's package. Kind of outlines all the conditions that were in there. Since then, council adopted a new land use bylaw wherein existing aggregate operations acquired a new land designation, being the direct control aggregate extraction. In the DC district, council is a sole development authority. Prior to this, sand and gravel was a listed use in agricultural district. So for policy considerations, from the MDP, Policy 7, we recognize existing economic activities such as extraction of natural resources and its critical importance of being able to access aggregate resources as a need to build infrastructure that serves our community and supports our economic development. For areas the county has development control, council should encourage the encroachment of incompatible land uses. I've included Section 7, which addresses the haul route. Section 14 looks at the redesignation, subdivision, and development, where council can ask for additional studies if it was required to make a decision. And then also in Section 14, it outlines what should be evaluated when you're issuing a decision for this type of application. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the direct control aggregate extraction processing district, which outlines the purpose and intent is to provide a designated area for extraction and processing and to minimize nuisance effects on adjacent agricultural and residential land uses. Aggregate extraction is a listed discretionary use. And then it also has a provision for special requirements. So a condition should be on a development permit that addresses and outlines the days and hours of the haul and operations that are taking place out there, taking into consideration the proximity and scale of the operation adjacent to the residential lands. Because this is also within the Ferry Garth Area Structure Plan, which was created in 1987, I've included provisions from that. So for industrial uses, it outlines that existing gravel operations should be continued until the gravel is depleted and then reclaimed. And site specifics, it talks about the northwest of 14 being the little directly south of all the residences that are there. It says no further subdivision or non-agricultural residences. And at that time, like I had said, gravel was a listed use in the agricultural district. The southwest of 14 was to be retained for agricultural purposes. So referrals were circulated to adjacent landowners within a 1 mile radius of the proposal and along the haul route. They were also posted on the county's website to gather feedback. Public Works had no objections and outlined that the access road meets standards. We did receive a letter from Mr. and Mrs. Moorish, which I did include in your package. And then since then, just because of the mail strike and delay in getting notices, I did leave it open for adjacent landowners to provide comments. So we did get 4 additional letters that I would like to just present to you guys. This one is from Tim Whitus. We are writing to express a strong objection to the proposal to extend gravel operations beyond the current approved weekday schedule to include Saturdays. This change would significantly adversely affect or impact ourselves, our families, and our neighbors, which value our quiet and peaceful environment. When the gravel pit was initially approved, restricted operating hours, limited the weekdays, were a key condition extended to mitigating the impacts on nearby residents. This condition recognizes the importance of preserving weekends as a time of rest and recreation, free from industry noise and disruption. Altering this fundamental condition undermines the original intent of the approval and sets concerning precedents for future development. Operations at the Stewart Pit produce considerable noise. We live immediately adjacent and can no longer enjoy peace and quiet during the week. Extending pit operating and haul activities onto the weekends would eliminate the only period of relief residents currently enjoy. Weekends are essential for family to relax and engage in the outdoor activities without industrial noise disrupting their lives. We no longer have family and friends over during the daytime on weekdays due to the extreme noise created from the gravel pit operations immediately adjacent to our property. The Ferrier community is defined as a tranquility and rural character. This proposal prioritizes industrial convenience over the health and happiness of the people who call this home. Multiple residents have moved away due to the operations and their negative impacts on their quality of life. We respectfully ask that the hauling operations to include Saturdays be denied and the original approval remains in effect. And then he did note that there was some delays in receiving the referral letter. Another one was from Chris and Shannon Gelowitz, and they are opposed to the increased hours for noise. It's right below their house, and they can hear loud banging all day. We can't have Saturdays ruined as well. We only have 2 days of peace a week. And the last one, it's the same email that came, just 2 different people, Nicole Berdart and Matt Hodgsons. And they are strongly opposed. Allowing the extraction and transportation of gravel on weekends is a gross overstep to the commercial use of this pit that borders the family dwellings. I understand the need for aggregate extraction, and when managed sensibly, we can all coexist as neighbors. I fear this email will fall on deaf ears as the applicant's company surely has enough grease for everyone's wheels to push this through. So for policy considerations, the request is to include Saturdays as part of the approved haul schedule for the Stewart Pit. The hours and haul routes will not change. The MDP recognizes aggregate operations and their critical importance. The applicants have utilized the Municipal Planning Commission's suggestions for noise abatement measures when operating in the pit. The MDP addresses the haul route, which the applicants have complied with and obtained any road use approvals as required. The MDP discourages the encroachment of incompatible land uses in areas of activities for resource development. A portion of the Stewart Pit existed prior to the adoption of the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan. Council should consider policy 1426 in evaluating this application, as there is conflicting land uses which will impact surrounding lands. Past decisions made by the Municipal Planning Commission restricted operating days in residential areas to reduce the impacts and nuisance factors on adjacent lands. There are numerous pits in this area, many with no restrictions due to when they received approval prior to 1995. The two other pits utilized with the haul route for this operation do not have weekend operation restrictions. Should council amend condition number 8, the haul schedule would be restricted to Monday through Saturday between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., and there shall be no hauls on Sundays or statutory holidays. And then I put a provision in there to notify adjacent landowners and the planning department prior to major hauls, which would trigger a road use agreement, and that extended hours and days of the haul shall not be permitted, which is kind of a standard condition. If the requested amendment is not approved, development permit 18323 remains valid, wherein the haul schedule would stay Monday through Friday between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. It's a lot of information. There's a lot of background on this land, so I'll be happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Thank you for the information. And as we do have the applicant in council chambers, we'll do a quick round of introductions.
sorry.
And we'll start with Ward 1 councillor.
Good afternoon, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 councillor.
Good afternoon, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2 councillor.
Good afternoon, Drew McKay, Ward 3 councillor, Deputy Reeve.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 councillor in Reeve.
Ward 5 councillor Tyler McCauley.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good afternoon, Lauren Humphrey, Ward 7 councillor.
Hey, Wendell.
Kim, manager.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
I think he knows everybody else in the room.
So would you be open to any questions or?
Yeah, 100%.
From council, okay. Well, Councillor McKay.
Thank you for the background information. That was a lot. I guess pertaining to this exact request though, we've heard a lot of reasons why residents are opposed to this, and I can understand that. For what reason is this being requested? We don't see that anywhere within the documentation.
The reason for the request is just where our existing pit is on the east side of that map where you enter through. That gravel is slowly, I mean, goes out every day. So we're essentially running out. So when it comes to weekend service for our clients, we either have to move it all during the week from the west side to the east side and then reload it and haul it out on weekends out of an existing pit, which isn't really economically feasible because at the end of the day, somebody has to eat that cost for moving that, right? So the reason for that is strictly just to be more efficient and economic on moving the aggregate out of there. So I guess just to add information there. So on the south portion of, I'd made a couple notes just on the letters that we'd received previous to today. One of them regarding the Moorishes, they had indicated like they're 360 meters from the boundary, the north boundary of that pit, which we're well aware of. Where the gravel hauling portion of that operation is on the southmost portion of that. So how we set up essentially the square in the middle on that map is we'll set up our crushing operations to put up our piles on the west, north, and east side, just to create a noise buffer to those residents moving to the north. So in addition to that, like for the hauling operation for Saturday specifically, from that residence, it's anywhere from 800 to 900 meters distance. And I had the Gallowitch letter from before, and it's 1.2 to 1.3 kilometers away from their residence where the loading and hauling portion of that is. We also looked at, what you can do with the backup beeper on the loader. Unfortunately, if I remove it and something happens, we all know what happens when OH&S comes in knocking on my door. So that's not, anything else to mitigate as far as that goes, but just a little bit of context on the pit. We're not gonna be, I guess, directly under the tree line to those residents to the north.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And second question for clarification, would there be another location to utilize on weekends to haul out of that would have less residential impact?
No, because our other pit that you guys already have restrictions on it as well, unless you want me to go to the Martin pit that the county has. But there's nowhere else that's like suitable, I guess, that's close enough in retrospect to that area. And even if we were to like, I mean, we all understand the economics of the aggregate business. It's not a huge commodity, as the county is aware. A lot of the gravel in the county has to come from the far south end, as you guys are all aware with your pits as well. So it's just, it comes down to location.
I'm gonna move forward. Do you have any more questions or comments, Councillor McKay?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna move to Ward 1, Councillor Powell.
Okay, I'm the one who received phone calls on this. It's not even a really direction at you, but this is really frustrating for me. I think that aggregate should be able to run and you should be able to get to your pits as often as you need to. But I feel that it's past decisions that have made this not the way it should be. We shouldn't have residential parcels. It should never have been there, in my opinion. We shouldn't have residents next to aggregate. I just, in the past year, saw another subdivision expand in the west of Clearwater Store. I'll just leave it at that.
Yep.
And out there's a small pit that's operating, but that pit could get big. There is aggregate in the ground out there and nobody is taken into account. The more residents we put around them, this is restricting industry. It's essentially handcuffing them.
Yep.
I'm in a very awkward position sitting here talking to you today, but I wanted to be very honest. I don't think there should be any residential subdivision near aggregate. And that's just my 2 bits. This is not fair to you guys and it's not fair to the residents who bought out there. And in my opinion, appropriate location is the key word here. And residential subdivision needs to be done in appropriate location to not handcuff industry.
And I think, just to, echo those comments, if you look back when that land was purchased and designated and set up, it was prior to that subdivision to the north where those residents bought. So in my mind, if I'm, no disrespect to them, it's a beautiful area, but I'm gonna do my homework and know what's in that area before I buy.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Powell. Move over to Ward 2, Mr. Letwin.
Yes, it says here the 2 other pits utilized for the haul route, not restricted on the weekend. Are those pits all in the same area?
Yeah, those pits, so on the east side of that map where the yellow line comes out of the south and goes east there,
Okay.
when it comes back to the north, those are the 2 pits that don't have any restrictions because they were prior to 1995. So that's where in the short term, we've been hauling material from there to that pit to be able to continue our business on the weekend around the aggregate portion of our business.
Mm-hmm. So the yellow line's your haul route then?
Correct, yeah.
Right, okay.
To reduce, sorry,
Ms.
if I
Billy?
may, to reduce impacts on some of the acreages along Range Road 8-0, Paterni's had suggested coming through their internal pits and created a road there to utilize for their haul.
Councillor Humphrey.
So if the yellow line represents the road and there's no restrictions on hauling there.
Correct.
So it's not so much the hauling that the residents are concerned with, it's the removal of the gravel.
It's the loading of the gravel on the Saturday, because we don't want to run crushing operation, anything on there on the weekend. It's strictly for loading and hauling.
Okay. So, and is that, pardon, but there's a lot of stuff to take in.
Yeah, 100%.
Is that all we're applying here is not
Correct.
for crushing or anything, strictly for loading and hauling?
Yeah, no stripping, reclamation, nothing like that. Just strictly loading and hauling on
Strictly loading and
Saturdays.
hauling. And that's where you were saying you're going to have these piles built so that you're on the south side of them for your loading and.
Yeah, if you were to go out there now, you would see how we've set up and how the piles sit now. Is so that the noise can travel to the south and not so much to the west, north, and east because of the residents there. Like on the west side of that pit already and the south side, we've already reclaimed probably 15-ish acres of that that's mowed, and we've planted trees along the whole west side of that berm as well. They just put about 160 8 to 10 foot trees in there. Like, we're doing everything in our power to try to mitigate it as much as we can, because I can understand the concerns, but I just look at it from an economic perspective.
Okay, so, and just to further clarify, so you're moving where the green is on the northern tip there?
I can show you if you want.
Yeah.
So right now, our stockpiles are set up here, here, and here.
Yeah.
So that our trucks can just come in and load here. And that's where I'm saying a couple of the letters, it's 1.2 kilometers to this residence, 800 to 900 meters to the south point of where we're hauling from.
Yeah.
And then we've got 2.1 kilometers of dust control down that we, as part of our bit development, we look after ourselves.
And so can you point out exactly where your new, all the piles are always gonna be there, or where?
Piles are always gonna be here, you just transport the material out of the north through the middle of the week when we're gonna crush.
Right.
So yeah, all the piles are gonna remain in this.
So you're taking, you're still expanding north though, right?
Yeah, so this red area, this
Yeah.
has been stripped out and we've mined some of this gravel out, not all of it yet, but it all comes to a stockpile.
It all comes to there.
Yeah,
And it's just the loading and the hauling there.
correct, so then we
Yeah,
have,
cause I'm not seeing, anything within that.
and then there's a residence here, that's why we have the dust control in here, and then through our internal pit road, but it eliminates all the residences on the east and the other
Okay.
areas on the west.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so there would never be any crushing and stuff, so. Okay. That cleared that up quite a bit. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Letwin?
Have you looked into, sound barriers, visual, type barriers, or is that just out of control?
I think the feasibility on the cost of,
Yeah.
it's like when you look at it from a oil and gas perspective of like a frac setup or something like that, it just doesn't make sense. That's why we're going the same height, like those piles are
Right.
25 to 30 feet high if you were to go out and look at them. I don't think you're gonna gain any more with the sound wall per se. It previously through our water act and with the pumping and stuff, like we've put stuff around like our water pumps and stuff if we gotta, just to mitigate the sound from traveling.
And so, correct me, that upper triangle,
Yes,
that has been mined or has not?
there's some of it that has, it is opened
Okay,
up,
right.
yep.
So when you strip that, do you put your windrows east-west along the north side then?
Yeah, it's all within our rec plan.
Right,
okay. With Alberta Environment as well, cause it's gotta be a phased approach through your reclamation and everything there.
No.
And then like where the line that runs from the northwest to the kind of running southeast along those residents, there's probably about I'd have to go walk it again, but probably about a 50-meter buffer of trees that goes up through that hillside as well, so. I think we've done as best as we possibly can, given the situation that we're in.
Alrighty, is there any other discussion? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, you're saying that south quarter has got you can legally haul out of there on Saturday?
Which south quarter?
The south from where you're extracting the gravel now.
We can't haul out of there on weekends right now. That's what we're asking
Okay,
for.
so that yellow line that goes to the east and then turns and goes north,
Yeah,
that only, you can't haul on that on a Saturday. You can only haul on a Saturday from your Fisher pit.
correct, yeah.
Okay. So you wanna be able to load out of the south quarter
Yep,
and haul along that road on a Saturday, which we have denied. With what's in our works right now.
well, yeah, not so much from what I understand, not so much as far as the haul route, it's just the access to the pit. Like if we were to apply for a road use agreement to haul on the road, we would still, that would fall back on
you would likely obtain approval for it. It's just getting into the pit to haul. But the issue for most of those residents there is that when they're loading the gravel into the trucks, it's loud, right?
Yep.
Yeah, back alarms.
And even dropping into the truck. So that's their concern.
I guess there is two things I need to know. Attorneys hire a lot of local people. They put a lot into this community. The other thing is that all of those residents that it is on their title that they have moved into a gravel pit area. And they knew that it was gonna be loud.
I'm not 100% sure if it's registered on all the land titles, but I could confirm that for you guys.
I would like that confirmed.
Okay.
Councillor Powell.
Just further to what Councillor Cermak said, it's extremely frustrating because the subdivision shouldn't even, the houses, whether they knew they were buying them or not, I believe it goes back even further. There shouldn't even have been allowed a subdivision out there, period. This wouldn't have this conflict. Now we're sitting with something that should be operating and at top capacity if it wants to be. But yet now we have all these people living there who are upset. It should, whether they bought it with a title or they knew what they were buying, it shouldn't even have been allowed because it should have been, there is a pit there. That's just my opinion.
Councillor Humphrey.
It is almost a kilometer to those things. How far away would you, when we get to that, how far out do you say you can't have something there, right? I think it comes back to, they knew it was there when it was purchased, and everybody knows it's there if they purchased one that somebody sold. I mean, they're setting up a big berm, and it's, I guess, the dumping into the trucks and the backup alarms, but they're a kilometer away or a mile away, whatever. It's a fair distance, right?
Already.
Yeah.
The topography out there also plays a role. It's just because it is up on the hillside, so Paterni's does try to mitigate the noise as much as possible by having their stockpiles placed accordingly, but it does echo off the valley wall, so I really don't think you can get around the noise out there.
No, you're absolutely right. Just with the train and the elevated,
Yeah.
where the residential parcels are. I do remember when this extension came to council for approval, and I was empathetic. It does have a negative impact and sort of a nuisance factor on residents in the area. Absolutely understand that part, but there may have to be compromise between industry and residential use. But Councillor Powell, you made excellent comments. Land use, rezoning, and residential development needs really to have careful consideration prior to approval, because it can restrict the opportunity for natural resource development of all kinds, whether it's gravel, oil, gas. So it has an impact on residents, but it also has an impact on industry users. I'll move over to Councillor McKay.
Thank you. I guess just to speak to some of the comments that have been made, we're not here today to determine if Paterni's can or cannot haul out of this pit. We're not trying to take business away from them. The point of this delegation is to decide if they should be allowed to do it on Saturdays. That is all, right? We're not discussing the permit. We're not discussing history. This is strictly, do they need to pull out of there on Saturdays? Is their economic well-being more important than the residents, is the question. So
I would have to say, I'm just going to interrupt there just for a minute. I think that discussion is taking place, and I think council as a whole is aware of the request to haul on Saturdays. But there's just other considerations that have been brought forward by other council members. So absolutely, the request is to amend the current agreement to allow for hauling on Saturdays. Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, I was just looking at the hours here, 8 AM to 6 PM. That seems pretty reasonable to me. On a Saturday, would you knock it back to 5 hours or to 5 PM?
Yeah,
8 to 5.
we would have no issues. We'd even haul 8 to 5 on Saturday.
Yeah, just to, okay, thank you.
Councillor McCauley.
Or even later, 9, 10 AM.
I guess the part of our thing is I would rather do it earlier and give people the afternoon as opposed to, if it's only a 4 or 5 hour window, depending on your distance of your haul and everything, are you gonna, yes, you'll gain a little bit, but are you gonna get enough on your turnaround times and a truck haul to make it worthwhile?
I guess I need, how much noise is noise? Like, how noisy is, and I'm not trying to gauge people's, it's noisy to them, but how noisy is it?
I mean, when we're in operations with rock trucks hauling, hose loading and stuff like that, it's loud, and the gravel crushing component. When it's hauling, like, we're loading out, crushed gravel at the end of the day, so it's probably the softest amount of noise, I guess, if is the right way to put it, out of everything. It's not like we're, dropping riprap size, 2-foot boulders in with a hoe into a truck or anything like that, right? So
How many trucks in a day?
it just depends on the need.
Yeah,
Some weekends we would have none. And then some weekends there might be 10 trucks hauling out of there, 15 trucks hauling out of there.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a motion on the floor to focus discussion and to move forward in our agenda item here, but I make a motion that council amend condition 8 of the development permit number 183-23 to allow hauling on Saturdays between 8 AM and 6 PM. We can still carry on with discussion, but we have a motion on the floor now to focus our discussion. And if there's no discussion, I'll call the question. Councillor Letwin.
For a Saturday haul, 8 to 5 or 8 to 6, yeah. Works for me. That would be the only thing I'd change up is, like the gentleman said, he likes to get started early so they can get off early. And that makes perfect sense.
I would think most people would rather have later in the afternoon, supper hour, a little quieter than running that. So I would have no issues with agreeing to the 5 o'clock.
So you'd like to see an amendment then to the motion that's on the floor from, rather than 8 till 6, 8 till 5?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for.
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
And the current motion that I'd made was from 8 AM to 6 PM. Are you suggesting that, would you like to see the hours changed from 8 till 5?
8 till 5, yes.
Okay, so we have an amendment. I'd accept that amendment to the motion that I'd previously made, so it would allow for the operation and the hauling between 8 AM to 5 PM. Now, that is a heavily residential area. It is a Saturday. I do remember that I did support the extension of the gravel pit. But on a Saturday when people are trying to enjoy their family time and it can be noisy with backup beepers and trucks, and I also recognize that employment in the area is needed, but there's a conflict between residential and industry use here. So, are there any other comments, or I will call the question then. Councillor Cermak.
I would rather have it a 7-hour period. 8 till 3.
So you'd like to make
And
another?
that would leave some evening time and late afternoon that they would have some peace.
Okay, I would accept that amendment to the motion that's on the floor, so we'll amend it from, the motion would now be from between the hours of 8 AM to 3 PM. Okay?
Yep.
If there's no further discussion, does anybody want to repeat to the motion? Is everybody clear on the motion that's on the floor? I'll call the question, then all those in favor. Okay, so we have, and then all those opposed. And that motion is defeated. Councillor Powell. Yes, please.
I had to be a voice for the majority. I don't agree with some of the stuff in here. I didn't want to say anything until I gave my vote, but I appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
It is a difficult decision. I also, the importance of industry, employment, all that stuff that I clearly stated before. And I think land use consideration really needs to be more seriously considered when residential development is happening in the rural landscape of Clearwater County. Councillor Powell.
I hope that going forward, maybe council can come up with some way to rectify these situations going forward, that whether it be in a bylaw or however it be done, I'm new, that this will not happen again to aggregate whether or any industry, and that proper, appropriate location for development or subdivision, residential subdivision, is mitigated differently.
Thank you for, do you have any closing comments or anything that you'd like to make before? Okay. Councillor Letwin.
I'm sorry. What was the vote again? Not the numbers, but what was the question on the vote? I'm thinking I didn't understand that properly.
For the results of the vote or the motion, like a repeat of the motion that I had made?
You made a motion?
Yeah, I did have a motion.
Yes.
And there would, okay, so the motion that I had made, and it was to, that council amend condition number 8 of the development permit number 183/23 to allow hauling on Saturdays between the hours of 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yeah.
That was the motion that we had voted on, and it was defeated by a vote of 4-3.
It was defeated, so it's not going through then?
That's correct.
Pardon me?
You voted in opposition. It was voted, Councillors Humphrey, Councillor Cermak, and Councillor McCauley voted in favor of the motion.
Oh, Dave. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that properly.
So, while there is an opportunity for
No.
reconsideration of the motion, but I would have to defer that process to our administration and, yeah. There,
It's okay.
yeah. I'll just ask Ms. Haight there. We do have options for council reconsideration, so if Ms. Haight, if you would kindly please explain that or process to council.
Sure. So, Councillor Litwin, considering that he had what they call the prevailing vote, and the prevailing vote was in opposition to the motion. So Councillor Litwin could make a motion to reconsider the previous motion. If that motion passes, then that original motion is back on the floor and another vote is taken.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
So I can make a motion to reconsider?
Yes, you could make a motion at this point in time to reconsider the previous motion that was just.
And then it starts over again?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider on the floor now from the previous motion.
Okay, now.
I'll call the question.
Can you repeat that motion again?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to reconsider the previous motion, which was council amend condition number 8 of the development permit number 183/23 to allow hauling on Saturdays between the hours of 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. So we have to pass the motion to reconsider.
Yes. And so then that means that if that motion to reconsider passes, it means that council is in favor of reconsidering the previous motion. Okay.
I will support your motion, Councillor Letwin, just because I would want if there was confusion and the election was only just not very far behind us, and this is a new experience for many of us here, so I will support that motion to have, you have that opportunity to clearly present your vote the way that you would like to have it. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of reconsidering? That's unanimous. So now, the motion on the floor again. I'll make the motion that Council amend condition number 8 of the development permit number 183/23 to allow hauling on Saturdays between the hours of 8 a.m. and 3 p.m.
Yes. So this is to allow them to haul on Saturday.
But only from 8 to 3. Okay? Just, it's gonna allow them to haul from 8 till 3. All right, ready? Okay.
Okay. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that motion is passed. And I'll call the question. All those opposed? Okay, so that motion did change. It is now, it was passed. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I guess just,
Councillor McKay.
we're all new here, and anytime something like that comes up, if anybody's uncomfortable with the motion or has a question, just don't hesitate to ask. There's no harm in asking. No, don't be sorry.
You know what, I think that was evident with the opportunity to reconsider that and allow the councillor that was maybe unclear of the motion or the, it is a lot to handle. In here, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, so. But with that said, we'll move on to our next agenda item. I believe it is we'll move on to item 8.1.3. Okay, so we're gonna move on to item 8.1.3. It's page 146 of our agenda, and I'm gonna pass the floor over to Ag and Community Services.
Alrighty, good afternoon, council, again. So as mentioned, this is regarding the Caroline Ice Plant funding. So this is a follow-up to the November 12th council motion that staff were able to gather information prior to the requested December 9th council meeting as follows. So staff has been in communication with the manager of the Caroline Arena and has been informed that the society was planning on paying for the cost of those additional items and contractors not included in the estimate. Decisions have not been made on the additional items which are not included in the estimate. Items such as the fencing and if a cement pad or pilings would be used to house that structure. The society hasn't made a decision on whether the ice plant should be fenced or not, but they are leaning in the direction of fencing if they do choose to go with an outdoor plant. The society had not requested estimates for these items and is choosing not to get them at this time because of the legislated RFP and tendering process that will provide costs for the project as a whole. The existing piping doesn't have to be changed, so it was determined that the piping would only consist of the new pipes going into the building, and the pipes within the building would remain as they currently are. The room is wired for the electrical, and the only electrical work required is the upgrading of the 4 conductors. The brine pump needing replacement was fixed in March, and this was only for the in-floor heating and not relevant to the ice plant. The brine question, so that was tested, and it was determined that it was usable and won't be needing replacing at this time. The society has told us that the life expectancy of the new ice plant is expected to be over 30 years also. For some additional clarification, I want to note that at this time, this project is not a county project, it is a Caroline Ag Society project. So staff have not been directly involved in the decision-making process or the information gathering. However, we'll do our best to answer any questions that council may have. As you can see in the agenda package, I have highlighted 5 different potential options for how council could move forward with the decision. Of course, council can come up with any additional options that they would prefer as well. I did want to add that during the last meeting, it was suggested that staff could assist the society with the RFP process. And while staff are happy to do so, we do require direction from council on whether they would like to be involved to that extent, as there is potential that it could cause us to incur additional expenses that would not have been previously budgeted for. And for some more background on the item, the Ag Society did originally ask for funding for this project in April. And I want to add that they requested 50% cost share of up to $1 million at that time. The project that the society is currently proposing is at the cost of over $1.6 million, and 50% of that would be just over $810,000. And I'll pass it back over to council to direct administration on how they'd like us to proceed with the Caroline Ice Plant support.
I do have a question. As we go down our agenda item, we have another discussion in closed session, and I'm just wondering if that could have an impact on this agenda item. And I'm just wondering if we could maybe postpone item 8.1.3 until later on in our meeting.
If council chooses to move this later into the agenda, I don't know what the process for that is, but I don't see an issue with that. We would just have to table the agenda.
Yeah, well.
Sorry, the item, agenda item, yeah.
Okay, so either I can make the motion, or if a fellow councillor would like to make the motion to table this agenda item until later on in our agenda. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, I make a motion, we table this till later on in our agenda.
Thank you very much for the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor of tabling this item? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think at this time we'll take a 5-minute break. Welcome back from our short break. We'll move on to item 8.2.2, which is the Hamlet of Caroline Area Structure Plans Public Participation Plan, and it's on page 188 of the agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to administration. Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Reeve. Following the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline at the regular council meeting on June 10th, 2025, Deputy Reeve Cermak made the following motion. That council directs administration to proceed with the creation of an area structure plan for the Hamlet of Caroline using internal resources, including an open house and community involvement. So following this motion, we have kind of started the process and we're bringing the public participation plan to council for approval. I broke down the phases of the project in your council item, and this is also in the participation plan. So phase 1 is the initiation. So initiate the ASP process and draft and have council approve the public participation plan, which is where we are. Following this, we go into the background research and we do kickoff events and more analysis of the community and find out what they would like. Then phase 3 is prepare a draft and phase 4 is finalization. So administration is requesting that council approve the schedule and public participation plan as presented or direct administration on how they would like to proceed with any amendments they may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. And are there any questions or comments from council? If not, we'd be looking for a motion. Councillor Cermak.
How comfortable, after I made that motion, how comfortable is administration doing the process with the internal resources we have?
We're kind of basing it off of the other 2 ASPs that were done for Condor and Leslieville. So we have examples to use, and there's a lot of knowledge between us, the people working on it. So I guess it depends on the time. Kim could probably speak to more.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, I was just gonna mention too, we also have the previous Caroline MDP and the IDP between the county and Caroline before, and there's some background information and like proposed expansion and development within those documents that we're looking to kind of bring into this document and use some of the information that was previously used to develop those documents. And we feel that we're more than capable to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum.
So
Mr. Cermak?
You use the area structure plan that we used for Leslieville and Condor to help do this one also?
Yeah, just as a basis of layout for like the materials to include, it'll end up being similar likely, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you're comfortable, that you didn't think that we needed an external somebody to come in. Perfect, thanks, Kim. Oh, sorry, Ms. Gillum.
Councillor McKay.
Sorry, just quickly before we are to make a motion here, one thing that residents have mentioned during public consultation is that the times aren't necessarily ideal for people that are at work. There's often times that public consultation's been held in the middle of the day. Could we ensure that during this process that those consultation periods are open in the evenings possibly after people are home from work?
Yeah. And then, like, we planned on doing the main kickoff event in Caroline, and then we were gonna offer a virtual one too, just to give people flexibility if they couldn't come to wherever we host it in Caroline, likely at the hub.
For sure.
Just to give that flexibility.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and put a motion on the floor for, I'll make a motion that council adopts the Hamlet of Caroline Area Structure Plan Public Participation Plan as presented. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. We'll move into item 8.3.1, and we'd like to welcome Ms. Haight. I'll pass the floor over.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. So before council today is a notice from the Court of King's Bench. And the notice is regarding a class action suit that was brought to the courts by the cities of Grand Prairie and Brantford. And the staff recommendation is that council approves Clearwater County's participation in the proposed class action proceedings against Mylan Pharmaceuticals for a settlement benefit on behalf of Canadian municipalities and local governments that allege they incurred abatement costs or other damages relating to opioid dependency and addiction in Canada. So are there any questions?
Yeah, does council, this is a different agenda item than I've ever seen presented on any previous agendas. Does council have any comments?
Into the background.
So if I may, basically it's a class action suit against Mylan Pharmaceuticals, and there are other pharmaceutical companies that could possibly be included in this class action suit. There are three options for council to consider. The first option is participating in the class action suit. The second option is objecting to the proposed settlement that Mylan Pharmaceuticals has agreed to. Or the third option is to opt out of this class action suit. If council chooses to opt out, that's not a recommended action by council's legal counsel, Brownlee, because what that would mean then, by council opting out of the class action suit, that would mean then that council would be willing to then take a suit against any pharmaceutical companies on their own. They would be standing alone, taking a suit forward. As opposed to participating in a class action suit, that means that any municipalities that feel that or allege that residents are unduly suffering because of the opioid crisis, they would then be part of this class action suit that would try to have the pharmaceutical companies take some monetary financial responsibilities.
Councillor Letwin.
Yes, Mylan Pharmaceuticals, I don't understand where we're getting the opioid dependency from. Now, is this from on the street, and how's a pharmaceutical producing opioids? I'm confused here. Excuse my ignorance.
It stems from, there's a bit of a history, long history to that. Many years ago, when there were no regulations for pharmaceutical companies, in some cases, pharmaceutical companies would almost use tactics similar to a used car salesman. They would perhaps offer incentives for doctors to prescribe these type of opiates to patients that are suffering from extreme pain. And it's alleged that because pharmaceutical companies made it so easy and made these drugs so accessible, that unknowingly, unwittingly, patients were becoming addicted.
Very good, thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Would there be a cost to Clearwater County to proceed with this class action suit?
None at all. The
Okay,
class
thank you.
action suits, often any kind of legal fees that are perhaps stemming from this. Usually the the lawyers, the class action, what do they call them? The class counsel usually takes a percentage
From the proceeds. Okay.
from whatever the settlement is approved at.
Thank you. So I guess we essentially have a producer of harmful opioids that's essentially already admitting to guilt by offering a small.
No, not admitting guilt, not at all. Mylan Pharmaceuticals is simply just saying that they are proposing a $125,000 settlement because that would be the most cost-effective for them. That would avoid any further legal fees. That would also avoid any burden on their resources and their capacity. By simply agreeing to a $125,000 settlement, that totally ends their involvement and without taking any kind of responsibility or blame.
Sorry, I worded that improperly, my apologies. I guess we have an organization that is, that we have an opportunity to take for task for causing a great amount of harm. So I think we'd be silly not to participate in this class action suit if there's no cost to the county.
That's great. And this is possibly the first of more to come. There are other pharmaceutical companies that may be named in this class action suit, but at the time, it's just Mylan Pharmaceutical that has the proposed settlement.
Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, and the recommendation from our counsel, our legal counsel, is take the do nothing option and just proceed as we are.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of what we hire them for, right? Yeah.
That's a valid point. I really, I don't know if I don't know if I actually truly have enough information one way or the other. I knew that opioids have had negative impacts on many people's lives, but I also, I don't know what repercussions could come out of this for a municipality. Councillor Humphrey, you make a good point. Are there any other comments? Or any further discussion? So for the as recommended by legal counsel, which that is correct there, Clearwater County does pay for quite a bit of that. The do nothing approach, would that require a motion then, or just?
Yes, the motion that would be required would be that council approves Clearwater County's participation in the proposed class action proceeding. Similar wording as to what's in the staff recommendation.
In the future, if council did choose to take a do something approach, would we be able to reconsider at a future date if we had additional background information?
Possibly. Should there be another proposed settlement from another pharmaceutical company, at that time, council could maybe choose a different option. But if council approves participating in this proposed settlement, there's no changing course.
Okay. Councillor Letwin.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm putting these parallels correctly together, but we just had a visit here with the Stay Warm shelter. So I think it does affect our community, and it does affect our county and other counties.
I don't know how those individuals, again, I don't have all the background information. I don't know if the users at the warming shelter have had, or what kind of drug use, or if they have drug use. There was a lot of that information that was not presented to council, so I really don't know. There's assumptions, but I don't know the facts. Councillor McKay.
I apologize, I misunderstood again. I'm obviously not a legal genius. So if we were to accept this class action proposal, we are accepting $125,000 from Mylan to the county and no further action could be taken against them.
The $125,000 proposed settlement would be split amongst the number of municipalities that participate in this class action.
So essentially they're doing nothing.
So it's, with the number of municipalities all through Canada, maybe 25 cents per each municipality? Or less. And again, this is just a proposed settlement for Mylan Pharmaceuticals, just one pharmaceutical company.
Thank you for the clarification. I apologize.
So, Councillor Humphrey.
Because this is way out of our realm and we hire legal for this, would be, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I think we should follow theirs, and I'd like to make a motion that we that council approves Clearwater County's participation in proposed class action proceeding as recommended. Is that proper?
Does that motion, Ms. Haight, does that capture the legal advice?
That's in the staff recommendation on the report.
Okay. So the council approves Clearwater County's participation in the proposed class action proceeding against Mylan Pharmaceuticals for a settlement benefit on behalf of Canadian municipalities and local governments that allege they incurred abatement costs or other damages relating to opiate dependency and addiction in Canada. It sounds like there's action there. It doesn't sound like the do-nothing approach. I'm just, for clarity, it sounds like there's participation.
Well, that's, in the do-nothing approach, that means that you're automatically participating in the class action. Like I said, there's three options.
Okay.
Basically, you can participate, and by participating, you're going to do nothing. Or number two, you can object to the settlement.
Right.
If you decide to object to the settlement, then you would be representing yourselves with legal counsel, of course, but all litigation fees, et cetera, would be the responsibility of Clearwater County. And again, if council decides to opt out of this class action suit, then again, that means that council could pursue their own legal action against any pharmaceutical companies.
It's just the staff recommendation is quite long, but to me, I would interpret the do-nothing approach would be just to postpone this agenda item until November of 2026, for example. Would that be possible? Would that be an option for council to table or postpone this?
I suppose there is a deadline, February 26, 2026. Should council decide to either object or to opt out, that would have to be done prior to February 26. But I'm not certain, perhaps I could maybe clarify something as to help decide in regards to postponing.
with long-term repercussions that could possibly come out of this. I don't know if I'm,
There would be none. There are truly no repercussions for Clearwater County.
Okay.
It's a class action suit. All this is just, it's the courts giving notice to all municipalities that there is this class action suit, and it's giving notice that the courts are going to be hearing arguments in regards to the proposed settlement from Mylan Pharmaceuticals. And at that time, at the end of the court hearing, then the courts would decide whether or not to approve that settlement, or perhaps maybe increase the settlement or decrease the settlement. But as for any action on council's part, none are required.
thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much for the explanation again. And I think Councillor Humphrey has made the motion as per staff recommendation on this agenda item. Councillor Humphrey, you did make that motion, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKay.
Sorry.
Okay, if there's no, I don't see any further,
Well, actually.
Councillor McKay, please go ahead.
Just to be 100% clear, if we do agree to this, then there is no possibility of further action against this particular pharmaceutical company ever again. But there is the possibility of action against others.
That's correct.
So yeah, I guess it's a matter of opinion from there. Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
I'd like, because I think I've got my head wrapped around this. So we go ahead with this and maybe they take 125,000, maybe they make it 1.5 million, whatever, because it's in the courts. We're not lawyers, we're not doing that. We're just saying, yes, and there's no cost to us and there's no repercussions to us. If we opt out, then we have to do anything on our own. We have to hire our own lawyers and we go to court on something we don't even know anything about. This is already happening. It's already being done Canada-wide. So it's really, maybe we get 25 cents, maybe we get nothing. Maybe we get 500,000 or whatever, right? But if we opt out, we get nothing. And if we wanted to do something like this isn't on us right now to decide that opioids are bad and we should sue these guys. It's already being done at a level that's way above us. So I think I think that's our option, and that's what is being presented to us. Is that kind of in a nutshell?
Yes. Yeah.
I hope that helped.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, so in other words, the courts decide whether they will accept the $125,000 or they make a different set of numbers, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because it has to go before the courts.
Yes, it does.
They throw this out there, it means nothing until.
It has to go before the court,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's wrapped up discussion on this agenda item. Now with the motion on the floor, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Thank you very much, Ms. Haid. We'll move into reports. Item 9.1, this Chief Administrative Officer Report. And I'll hand the floor over to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Eve Northcott. Good afternoon, Council. The November 25th, 2025 CAO report, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Fall Convention 2025, otherwise known as the RMA. The Fall 2025 RMA Convention was extremely busy. The RMA hosted a variety of sessions aimed at increasing awareness, knowledge for both councillors and administrators on current issues and processes. the benefit to our region and having the opportunity for council and administration to meet with fellow rural councillors and rural administrators to compare issues and dialogue potential solutions cannot be understated for our area. Rocky Chamber membership Merry Mingle. The Chamber of Commerce is hosting a membership mixer on December 2nd at the Prairie Creek Inn. If council members wish to attend this event, a resolution is required to approve attendance and remuneration.
So if anybody would like to attend the Rocky Chamber membership Merry Mingle, counts, okay. So I'll make a motion that council by resolution can attend and be remunerated for their time if they choose to attend the Rocky Chamber membership Merry Mingle. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, that motion is passed. Please carry on.
Thank you, Reeve. Council. Next item, the Economic Development of Alberta, otherwise known as the EDA Conference. This year's theme, Fresh Ideas, Bold Futures, sets a stage for an energizing mix of inspiring plenaries, hands-on workshops, dynamic panels, and powerful networking opportunities designed to spark innovation, build connections, and celebrate Alberta's entrepreneur spirit. Explore how communities across the province are embracing change, driving investment, leading with courage. Hear from our industry experts and local leaders tackling the frontier topics from digital transformation and energy transition to rural innovation, workforce development, and mental well-being. The conference will be held in Kananaskis, April 15th to the 17th of 2026, with a Kickstart pre-conference mixer on the evening of April 14th. Community Planners Association of Alberta, the CPAA Conference. The CPAA is an organization dedicated to the promotion of community planning in the province of Alberta. Through various means, the association provides a forum for the discussion of community planning, related concepts, ideas, and issues with a view towards solutions. The theme for this year's CPAA is collaborative planning for Alberta's future. The conference will be held in Red Deer on April 27th to the 29th, 2026 at the Red Deer Resort and Casino. Registration for this conference is non-refundable as per council's policy. Council authorization for attendance and remuneration for the Chamber's Merry Mingle, CPA, and EDA is required.
Okay, so if, I'll make another motion that if council chooses to attend the Community Planners Association Conference, make a motion that to authorize councillor attendance and remuneration for the CPAA conference. Is there any?
Can I just ask a question?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
The CPAA and EDA, are those organizations that Clearwater County would typically send representatives to? And would those representatives typically receive remuneration?
They would, Deputy Reeve.
Okay.
Under Clearwater County's policy, if, like the planning conference, for example, if you're on the MPC, it would be deemed an automatic because you're assigned to a board that's relevant to that association, that planning association. Anyone outside of that, like MPC, SDAB, very relevant. But if it's of interest, say next year you might get appointed and you want to attend, that's when it requires the motion.
And just to clarify, the reason that I asked the question is because there has been a lot of concern from residents, I'm not sure if everyone else is getting the same concerns, about the events that councillors attend and the fact that we're remunerated and hotels and. So I guess yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
If I may?
Yes, please, Mr. Evans.
So as any policy, of course, when we bring it forward for council's adoption, I tend to walk on the platform of, if at all possible, Clearwater County should be treated as closely as Clearwater County staff. When staff attend any conferences or sessions, it is not on their time, it's not donated, would be my thought, just for consideration for council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess I could add a little bit to that from my past experiences. It does offer sometimes the information is, you know, it's poor information, but that's still information. And as a counselor, you get to work your way through the stuff that is good. Sometimes there's very valuable information at those conferences, and you do have an opportunity to network with other individuals, and you can learn and have more insight to municipal governance and hopefully make wiser decisions when you do have agenda items that come across the table. So I have seen some benefit to some of them, but by authorizing attendance and remuneration, it doesn't mean that it just really gives the opportunity if a council member chooses to go. But if you choose not to, you know, to not want to go, it's not mandatory. It's just approving attendance and the remuneration. Ms. Powell, did you have a no? I don't think that there was a motion for the EDA conference, was there? Okay. And there was also, I can't remember if I called the question on the CPAA conference, so I had a motion on the floor. I'll call the question for the CPAA conference that would authorize attendance and remuneration for councillors if they choose to go. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay. For the EDA conference, I'd make a motion to authorize councillors' attendance and remuneration for the EDA conference. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, thank you. Move on to item 9.2, capital project status update report. And I'll hand the floor over to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. So this report comes to council once a month, and it's just intended to keep council apprised on the progress and the projects that are happening in predominantly, of course, public works, capitals. Council had the opportunity to go through them. If there's any questions, I am not as intimate with these projects as Eric, but I will do my absolute best.
Are there any, Councillor Powell?
I was just gonna make a motion, so.
Oh, yes, please, go ahead.
I'll just make a motion that council accepts the capital project status update report for November of 2025.
Excellent, thank you very much for the motion. Councillor Cermak?
I'd like to comment and appraise our public works. I see just about everything came under budget or on budget for just about every project in here. Great work. It must have taken some hours and days to get that done and accomplished. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll call the question on Councillor Powell's motion. All those in favor? That motion is carried. I'll go back to the CAO report, look for a motion to accept the CAO report for information. Councillor Cermak makes that motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. Moving on to item 9.3. Does any council members have any comments regarding Clearwater Regional Emergency Services Report or looking for a motion to accept it as for information? Councillor Humphrey?
I'll make a motion that we accept the Clearwater Regional Emergency Services Report, October 2025 for information, as information.
Okay. There's no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. Moving on to item 9.4, Councillor Remuneration Report. Be looking for any comments or a motion to accept remuneration as presented in the agenda. Councillor Humphrey.
I'll make a motion. Council accept their remuneration reports, Councillor, October 2025.
Thank you for the motion. No further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. I think I'm just going to postpone verbal councillor reports at this time, and we'll move into correspondence for the letters in section 10. Are there any comments or discussion the council would like to take on correspondence? We have a letter from the Old College of Agriculture and Technology and the letter from Friends of the Rocky Medical Society. Councillor McCauley.
I'll make the motion that we receive these reports as information.
Thank you very much for the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's passed. Move into our item number 12, which is closed session. Excuse me. I look for a motion to move into closed session at this time. Councillor McKay.
I'll make that motion to end open session, move to closed session.
Thank you very much for the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Alrighty, welcome back from our closed session. I'm gonna move over to Councillor Cermak.
Go past 4:30 in this meeting.
Okay, Councillor Cermak makes a motion to go past 4:30. I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's passed. Coming out of our closed session, I'm looking for a council member to, we have one motion, Councillor McCauley.
We're bringing back item number, right?
We've got one, the initial
Oh,
motion on the top.
The council direct administration, I move that council direct administration to develop an amended agreement with Caroline and District Athletic and Agricultural Society.
Okay, that's our motion coming out of closed session. If there's any more discussion or no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. And we'll move back to item 8.1.3, and we'll be looking for a motion to lift that from the table, as that one was tabled earlier in the agenda. Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion that we bring motion 8.1.3, the Caroline Ice Plant funding, off the table.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey lifts item 8.1.3 from the table. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Now we'll be looking for a motion regarding to that agenda item. Councillor McKay.
I motion that council fund 50% of the replacement costs of the ice plant up to $1 million funded from the Caroline restricted surplus, provided Clearwater County administration manages the RFP tendering and installation of the new ice plant.
Thank you for the motion. And if there's no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. I think that resolves all the business for today. We'd be looking for one last final motion, which is item number 13. Councillor McCauley.
I make the motion to adjourn.
Councillor McCauley makes the motion to adjourn. Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed.